Oh, hello, everybody. Welcome to our latest installment of our vvvv meetup. I forgot if it's now the 27th or 28th. Let me
Nice.
check. 29th. Jesus, we're getting big. Okay, so happy to have you all. My name is Randall Vasquez. I am happy to be your host today. And I'm transmitting from Costa Rica live today. But we also have some people live in Berlin over there. Hello to all our studio audience in Berlin. And we also have people in Switzerland and all over the world joining us on Zoom. If you want to be part of the call, if you want to show something or tell us what you think about the stuff that people are showing, you can also join us on the Zoom call. The links are all in the blog post for the meetup today. I'll be taking any questions you might be posting for our presenters. I'm checking YouTube. I'm checking our Element chat. And of course, also our Zoom call attendees' questions. So if you have any comments, any encouraging words, any questions, please feel free to send it our way, and we'll do our best to make them out there. We have quite a strong lineup today and quite a few presenters, so I'm going to try to keep it short and jump right in. Coming all the way from Switzerland, we have my dear colleague, Patrick Jost, better known as Electromeyer. Patrick, the stage is yours. Thank you for joining.
Hello. Hi all. I was asked to show a little bit about a library I'm working on, or I use also for some commercial projects. It's a 2D physics engine called Ether 2D, which is kind of a derivative of Box 2D, which is very famous. It's more or less the Box engine in C#. And I started to work on it maybe, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago. And during that time, I also still learning Gamma. So the way how I use it changed a little bit, especially after the last commercial project I used it. And that's also why, I mean, I have like a little demo on GitHub, but it's like not really polished, and that's also stuff I want to talk about today. Not just show the examples, but like the process I'm going through, and maybe also some people can give me like some advice how to continue, because it really depends how you use it. You can use it in so many different ways, and to polish it a bit more. At the moment I'm a bit. I will show in the examples or in the tests I did what I'm talking about, or what issues I'm talking about. So maybe I'll start with sharing my screen. Oh, and I have to keep an eye on the time. Huh? When I started 1 minute ago.
You have 13 minutes and a half. I have a counter for you.
Okay.
I'll give you a five-minute warning when we're getting closer to the end.
Okay. So Zoom I haven't used since the COVID time. So let me try to share a screen. Oh, it's easy, huh?
If you're sharing audio, like videos and stuff, you might have to check the also share audio thingy, but only if you need audio.
And now it says Zoom quit unexpectedly. But you still can hear me, yeah?
I see you and I hear you, which is crazy. And now your screen came up, so we're good. Everything, I can see your screen now.
Yeah. But you also see that it's crashed, right? I'll just move it aside.
I see, I think it's frozen. I see like a Slack window, Windows Explorer, a Zoom, and a patch in the background, but nothing moves
okay,
other than the cursor.
Yeah, that's because it crashed. Super
Feel
nice.
free to restart soon. Don't worry, we'll be right here.
Okay. Oh man, stop.
And I'll pause your time even, to be fair.
But you still see the camera, right?
I see your feed, yeah, perfectly.
Okay, let me try to share again the screen. Maybe I share the second screen I have, which has a lower resolution. Maybe that works.
I now see a Skia render and a bit of a Windows Explorer window. Yep.
Does it move?
It moves, yes.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
when you drag the window around, I see the window moving.
Yeah, so I have to drag Have to drag the patch window over here. So, so this is like the very old basic demo I did a few years ago, and how it worked was like, yeah, you have the world and you have some process nodes where you can create bodies in the world. So everybody needs a world where it copies into it. So you see also like each time here the body list. Every time I add a body, this list here gets bigger. And then I copy the bodies in a spread and draw them with a process node. And then maybe this is a super simple example, but then let's jump right into like a recent project I was working for now, or I'm employed at now, which is for Post Finance, which is like actually a bank coming from the post service. And they wanted something for the waiting area for the clients when they wait until they, yeah, load it quickly. And it's somehow it's just a little game with balls. You can play around with balls, but it's like, yeah, let me show. Maybe it takes a while to load. Otherwise, it takes really a while. Yeah. Ooh. So like this is a simulation of top-down view of the table. Maybe I show the video first, so you have some context how it looks. It's videos. Okay. No, this is not good. This one is better. And now we also. Did you hear the sound, by the way, on the computer? Before, not on the video, but before.
Before I heard some popping things. Yeah,
the video. Sound is working. So by the way, this tracking is done by because it always shoots the balls where you walk to, and this is like done by Randall because he also did like stuff for Natan, and he's doing the amazing OpenCV library. So yeah, so here's a simple example. Like this is the simulation of the visitors. So when they walk, they get tracked. And then you can also like, see if the touch screen works. Yeah, it works. They can play, they can like in different ways. They can long press, then grow them bigger. You can do something like a slingshot. Let's make this a bit bigger. So now I have a slingshot. Yeah. So this is like, and here I did a little bit different approach because I added the ether bodies into my own ball class. If I open this, it's a bit complicated. It's like a lot of stuff inside. Also not. Wow. But like here you have the body, the ether body, and also like the drawing function all inside. And also like stuff like different behaviors of the ball, like the touch screen interaction is also going into here and so on. So just as a quick example. And then, yeah, but these are all balls. And then I was thinking if I do, because the goal is always like to maybe have in the future have some kind of a usable library for others. And like there's so many open questions, I'm not sure, because maybe you don't want to just add like balls, or maybe how to say in ether the main object is the body in the hierarchy, and then you attach some fixtures to it. These are containing the actual shapes, how it looks. But you can also add other stuff like joints between bodies. Like if you think about a car, for example, the car is like made of in the ether universe. It's made of like let's say maybe 3 bodies, and they're connected through joints because the wheels are turning, They are the individual objects. So yeah, I was also thinking, how can we add, now it gets a bit nerdy, but maybe I can show that to the ones interested in, but
Sure.
yeah, I have also like different experiments where I use like interfaces, and then you have just like a generic ether object, which can be like several bodies connected, or it can be joints. So you can like build like more complex stuff, but inside like the list, it's still like one thing. It's a bit complicated, but maybe let's go to the other, because I don't have so much time. I think I have to continue.
We're 6 minutes in.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
we have 6
let me
minutes
very
left.
quickly, because I also did like some more demos where I tried out actual ether features. So maybe let's go into that, because there's like some really funny examples I did. Just a moment.
I'm sorry, should we see something? Because I cannot.
Not yet, because I have two screens. I'm working on one screen, and here now you see. Okay, then let's go quickly. This some of you already saw. Now the window is like, I have to make it smaller. It's like, now it fits. It's like a pinball game.
Mm.
So like a very basic template how to build a pinball game. And interesting things here are, yeah, for example, here these pedals actually made out of two bodies, because it's like a revolute joint, and the joint always needs two bodies. So it's like the red dot is like an empty body. It has no shape, but it needs to be there to create like this this thing. Then also we have like collision reporting, because when the ball gets here, it adds a force, and it also plays the sound based on the collisions. So with that, I needed some help by Hayden, because that was not directly available or did not work as nodes, because it's like based on something called callback. So it like, when an event occurs, it reports it back, which is somehow similar to the reactive stuff. And he did a converter, so we have it as observables in V4. I will go on very quickly. Then we recently I found out how to do raycasts. And raycasts are useful. Oh, can I? Oh yeah. These are useful, for example, you can use them, for example, like sensors. If you have like a game, this is the wrong example. If you have something like a game character or like enemies, and you can like shoot out rays in a direction, and when it hits another fixture, or means another body or part of a body, it reports you that part that you got the hit. So let's really create some. And here is the rays I'm shooting out here, in this case out of a circular spread. You can also like reduce the resolution or move it around, and you can have several of them. This is something I found out how to do. I'm not going into details because of the time. This is like a bit older, so I cannot really explain in detail because I forgot how exactly, but this is a logic built into Ether where you can, I talked about these fixtures which contains these shapes. So there's like a logic where you can like break them, so that one body becomes like several bodies and moves around and they act independently. Now they already broke, but so like if I smash them, and now it crashed. That's another problem. This is because we have new bodies and there's like something with a wrong reference for the joint. But yeah, you get the idea. Then maybe how much time I have left?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. What should we show? I have a demo for like a little jump and run game, but very basic.
Platformer, nice.
Yeah, and here is the interesting thing. You see, you can walk through it, but when you jump, it reacts. So there's also like you can set some collision masks, because when you have a 2D world, also with the pinball, if you think about these loops, because you don't have 3D, you have to work with this what collides with what. So this is also possible in box. 1 more minute left. Maybe what's interesting. I have so many examples. I cannot show them all. Maybe
you need to come back on the next meetup, Patrick. Show us all the rest.
The vehicle. The worm. The worms.
And may I ask what is so this library is not available yet? What is are missing steps to?
I mean, it's the library itself. It's like it's not from me, of course. You can just import it as a DLL, but I made some like wrappers around it and also some examples, so you can, because some stuff you have to try out to make it work, and this is already done. You can download it and use it. Not all of the examples, because they need still a little bit of cleanup, but yeah, you can use it already. It's just not super polished. So,
snakes.
Oh wait, I stopped. The last example I showed. Yeah, this is like also like again an example. This is like several bodies connected together with joints. Yeah, and then every joint has a little motor inside, which makes this automatic movement. Yeah. So yeah, if someone's interested, I really want to discuss. I think Louis set up an element chat for me, but I don't have the link yet. So, but maybe we can open a little chat about Ether and also people using it. And I don't know. That's maybe an idea. So, yeah, that was my very quick presentation. I was not super well prepared, but yeah.
Thanks for sharing, man. Thank you. A big round of applause for Patrick. Beautiful stuff. We have one question from YouTube already. It says, from Light Blast, it says, Patrick, where are the use cases for this? I think you already kind of mentioned it, no? Like,
I would say everything, like maybe games, different games, playful stuff, maybe even like some little, let's say, simulation, science simulation, where in a museum you want to show how, I mean, there's people building like real motors with it, with combustion motor, or I saw something like a fluss bed, like a river and a stone tumbling in it. So any kind of like simple 2D simulations, physics simulation.
And I mean, Christina already brought it up. Czech is also bringing it up. Is this available as a NuGet we can use? Is that the intention? Where are we on that?
I don't know how to do nuggets. I have to check the tutorial, the workflow, how to create a nugget.
All right, I can probably help you out with that too. No worries.
But there's like a demo already on GitHub you can download with examples.
Okay, so there is a repo out there that we could potentially tap into. Cool.
It's not super new. Not all examples are in, but so
could you drop us a link maybe on the Zoom chat, and I can make it available on the other channels for people to have.
Yeah, I can do it later when the presentation goes on, right? Don't have to do it now. I have to search it, but I will post it to you in the Zoom chat.
Yep, absolutely. People are already asking how they can connect to you. This guy, Light Blast or Gal, I don't know. He's saying he wants to connect with you, so you might already have a client, and you're getting claps from Leonard Bildbeck, and Benju as well. So amazing work. Thanks for sharing so much, Patrick. Do we have questions from anyone in the call?
Yeah. I think Box 2D. Is there a C# implementation of Box 2D? I think Wux did like a wrapper because Box 2D is C++. I would say, but I'm not sure because Ether is like it really very similar, and the documentation is not so advanced. So usually I check Box 2D, and most of the stuff works identical for Ether. They're very similar, and it's still developed. Also, he's working on it. The guy, Nicolas Castro, I think is his name. Yeah.
One thing for our technical crew back in Berlin, apparently the microphone from Berlin is not making it out through YouTube. So people looking at this on YouTube are not able to hear the questions from our studio in Berlin, just for Maxime and the technical team. Yeah, amazing. Amazing. Thank you so much. So we're working on that technical difficulty. But yeah, super cool. Any more questions for Patrick, or comments, or encouraging words?
I post the link.
Okay, big round of applause again, Patrick. Super amazing. Very much looking forward to see what people do with this. I love the little platformer tool as well. And yeah, if you are in, where is it again? This post-finance bank thing. Where could people find this table if they're in Lucerne?
It's in Lausanne, French part of Switzerland.
So if you find yourself in a financing institution in Lausanne, maybe check out the tables. There might be some before.
I think there will be probably more soon. They want to copy.
Okay. Cool. And people are very happy to see you again, Patrick. So we hope to have your face showing up around more and more often. Thanks again.
Thanks.
Okay, super. Thank you, man. Up next, we have an announcement for the courses coming from the Node Institute. But for that, we probably absolutely need the microphone to be working back in Berlin. So do we need to run a couple of tests on that? True. Okay, so for now, Patrick, could you stop sharing your screen? I love the squiggly worms, but we want to see how it is too.
Sorry.
Okay, so could we get some confirmation from our YouTube watchers? Is the Berlin studio audio coming through? And we will need the Berlin crew to sing us a song or make some noise in the meantime. So can you hear them?
Well. Very low
in the
volume.
Zoom call, I hear them perfectly, but I don't know how it's coming through in YouTube. Yeah, apparently no sound still. So let's carry on. The next one is Studio Brüll. So I guess we also... Okay, fair enough. So moving on, we have Christina, who is joining us all the way from somewhere near Frankfurt to share her latest inventions with us. Christina, hello, how are you doing?
Yeah, hi. Can you understand me all right?
You sound perfectly. We hear you and see you absolutely fine.
Super cool. Yeah. I'm presenting a not so new project. I did it 2 years ago, and it is it's a digital book where you can turn the pages with a leap camera. And I don't know, maybe if people don't know me, I can show very shortly my website to just give
you. Is it Christina frozen for anyone else? Yes? Wow, the technical side is really ganging up against us today. Christina, are you with us still? Looks like a no. I'll give her a minute and take the moment as an opportunity to make a little announcement. Last meetup, we had a presentation by the Now Studio, who I'm working with at the moment. Very nice guys back there in Switzerland. And we were pushing this idea of having a call to bring together agencies and people who work in our same environment to discuss how we can share ideas, knowledge, and potentially even tools, things like this. And so today we're officially making the announcement and inviting you all to join us. The call is going to be on the next 10th of September at 19 hours Berlin time. So September 10, 19 hours, put it in your calendar. And we're going to be explaining this bridge concept. That's the idea behind this. Who could join and why? Well, if you want to share modules like, trails, journeys, APIs and stuff like this, if you want to share workflows, if you want to share how you collaborate with your partners, or you want to share some tools, or even tell us some stories about your struggles, that will be a good reason to join. And things that we are going to try to discuss in this first meeting will be some modules that we in Now have already been spinning up, like the Journey API, and some guide trails, photo booths, and our own in-house state machine made by Hayden, and also a watchdog that Patrick made. So with that said, again, next September 10th, 19 hours, 7 p.m., we'll be having this call, and we'll be publishing a blog post with more information and all the links for you to join us in the next days. So stay tuned. But yeah, everyone is invited and very much looking forward to having this. Okay, do we have Christina back online? If not, we can move on to Simon, who also has an announcement for us today, if I understand this properly. Simon, are you with us today?
Yes, I am.
Ah, good to see you, man. Nice dash.
Not prepared yet, but yeah. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna start. I was about to share my screen here. So yeah, this is my working station right now. Just to let you know. Outside. You see my screen, right?
It's still loading. Give us a second, please. Now we see a beautiful van. Yes, amazing.
Alrighty.
Very nice.
That's good. I hope there's not so much delay. So yeah, I have an announcement for a meetup, special meetup, which will take place in September. So basically, September is always Ars Electronica time, and this year we're gonna have a special meetup at the Ars Electronica Center, which will take place on the 6th of September at 6 o'clock p.m. at the Ars Electronica Center itself. Basically, this is the Ars Electronica Center, and luckily we got the opportunity to get the space on top of the Ars Electronica Center, which is called the Skyloft, and this is how the space looks like. And so again, on the 6th of September at 6 p.m., we're gonna have vvvv meetup meets Ars Electronica, where we would like to invite you also with your projects, but we also want to invite artists who present their works at the Ars Electronica, or maybe also been based in Linz, to come there and to also show their projects. So it might be kind of a mixture between also artworks, art projects that's being shown at the exhibition, and also some VV community works as well. That's it for me.
Wow, sounds very exciting. This is you and Amir putting this together, no? And I think Czech was
Yes,
also
a couple
involved
of
somehow.
Exactly, a couple of people are involved already. Christoph, Amir, Jörg. I mean, I know that also Natan, he will present, maybe he said that, I don't know, but he will also present some of his latest performance there as well. He will also show his performance as well at Deep Space, our 40 meetup, so definitely worth it to come there earlier.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, amazing. Well, thank you for the invite. Now you know it. If you have nothing to do in the first weeks of September, now you have something to do. Very nice group of people, very nice venue, very nice event, and lots of cool stuff to see. So make sure you drop by and join our lovely V4 friends back there. Thanks, Simon. And
Yeah.
loving the stash, man. Really good. Keep it going. Okay. Up next, we have, I think, Christina is now back with us. Is that true?
Yeah.
Super. All right. So let's take it from the top once more.
Yeah, I'm trying. It was just one press on Freigeben, screen sharing, and I was kicked out of everything. So I'll try again.
Okay, let's try.
Okay, I'm still in. Very good. So I thought I just start showing a bit my website so you kind of know what I'm doing. So I'm working with V4 for quite a long time already, and I've been on. I love it actually. I love programming, and I do creative stuff as well. So I love light sculptures to do. I had a chance to lead a drone show, and I do projection mappings, light stuff, and I do one. This was in Berlin, where we did a cool projection mapping in at der Mühle, somehow called. It was a cool concept because we were talking about the internet itself, and then here everybody had the chance with the QR code to load up their images, and they were shown up on the space, and we had different kind of animations. First, you've seen your image everywhere, and you had different kind of animations to make it fancier, and it shut it down everything, and in between. Yeah, this light installation binary transformation was quite an effort to actually program it. It was for the first time showed on the Light Festival in Frankfurt. What's the name of the Light Festival in Berlin? In Frankfurt, yeah. But actually, nobody has seen it because it was Corona. It was like 2020, so it was quite sad that nobody has seen it. But I do boring stuff as well. So I often do interactive stuff for fairs, like an interactive table. Light stuff is my favorite stuff. But I do interactive stuff for cars or fairs, any kind of different things. Yeah. But I chose a project to show today, which is a different one, and it's a tiny project. I don't need 50 minutes, I thought, but we'll see. So I'm showing you a different display. This is a different display. And I'm still in. Oh, fancy. So do you see this interactive book? Do you see like a book changing the
I
pages.
do. Yes, yes. Very
Okay,
nice.
perfect. So this is the idle mode, so it just shows people. And if I start interacting with it, I have a lead motion on it, and the camera maybe doesn't want to work because I'm using. I'm going to turn off my video. I have my video off. Interesting. I'll stop sharing for a second and try if it works then. It was working before I crashed, before my computer crashed.
Well, it's no demo if it doesn't crash. We're having quite a few difficulties ourselves on the tech side today, so no pressure there. Take your time.
I don't have the lead motion camera working. No tracking. Okay. I put it out again. No device connected. I'm sorry for this. I was prepared quite well, but no, it does say you don't have a lead connected. This is maybe because of the Zoom call. I don't know. Could it be that I'm...
Perhaps we don't even see your. I think you took out your video intentionally, no? Because currently we see nothing at all.
Meanwhile, we could have a sound test from Berlin.
Yeah, maybe that's a
We
good
could turn it on and off
in-between
again.
thing. So again, YouTube crowd, can you confirm or deny if Berlin sound is coming through, please?
But I don't hear you actually. Did you say something, Randall?
I was just asking our YouTube crew to help us with the YouTube audio. Can you hear me, Christina?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay. And I'm sharing again. Hopefully I will stay with you. So here we go. So this is a digital book. So we actually projected this image on a book, on a wooden book. And thanks to Randall with your pack OpenCV, I was mapping this book to the wood, but easily because I had the. I mean, we had from the we had the 3D data of this wooden book, so it was easily to take the 3D data, point all the edges of the book, and using the OpenCV projection calibration, and it was super easy to map it perfectly. Yeah, and you can you can you don't see my hand, but
Well, we do see a little debug helper with cubes that I think gets the point across.
And do you see my camera image actually?
I do not.
No, it's somehow turned off or taken by vvvv, I guess.
I have my camera off. So
There's something, yes.
My camera image now. Or you just my shared screen, because I can show you how I'm working, doing it with my hand. Yeah, doesn't matter. I have this blue ball over here still, and some calibration metadata is shown. But yeah, and I had there was a feature as well, so you can here change chapters. So on the side, if you point with the finger, the ball is kind of showing you where you are, and then you can turn the pages or the chapters. Yeah, so I used OpenCV. Do you we have nerds in the house. So do you want to see my patch?
Sure. We still have like 6-7 minutes.
7 minutes. So this was a yes or?
Yes, yes, yes. Please show us.
Yeah, this is how I actually have to calibrate it. So I'm using the metadata. So I was showing you, telling you about the calibration of the projector, and here we are. So it's basically Randall's head patch, and here's a different kind of calibrations are saved somewhere in boxes. And here is, yeah, so I had those edges in the 3D data. Yeah, quite a long time ago. I don't know how to show, where to show the calibration thing. Yeah, and what else did I do? Yeah, what was actually an interesting topic was how to do this 3D data. I think always in Gamma, and it was always difficult how to get animation into Gamma, and I opened a forum. Oh, it's not open anymore. And it was cool. Like people from the community did help me, and we were sharing different kind of ways to actually import 3D data. So what I went to, I used an Alembic file. So I made the animation from the paper with a tutorial in Blender. You somewhere see my tutorial in here as well. And then I wanted to bake the animation, and I found out that in Alembic files, it's automatically when you export it, you have a baked animation. So in every frame, the position of the 3D data is saved. And but we had here different kind of solutions which were interesting. Like you can use as well joints and join a paper, and somebody even did it here. And yeah, so this was interesting to share different ways how to do it. The animation was working fine, and what as well, thanks to Björn, he did an update on this Leap plugin, because I needed the newest one to actually get the Leap on the position on top of the monitor, which was the top of this projection. Yeah. Yeah, thanks to him. And yeah, it was a very nice little project with some interesting topics to handle. Yeah, I think that's it. Any questions to this?
Comments or questions for Christina? I mean, round of applause, of course. Yes, really beautiful. Thanks for all the shout outs. I'm always very happy to see OpenCV getting used in cool new ways.
I love OpenCV.
Amazing. Happy to hear
Very
it.
good for projection mapping. I used it. I love it.
Amazing. So, questions, comments, love for Christina. What do we have? Anything from Berlin? Anything from our Zoom attendees? YouTube? Bit of a shy crowd today. Well,
Shy crowd.
I loved it. Thank you so much for sharing. I think this importing animation topic is quite a tough one. And I think a lot of people hit a wall there. I think it's something that's not very well documented at the moment. So
Yeah.
knowing that people like you managed to find a way around it is very encouraging, and it would be nice. I think I even saw it in the YouTube, in the forum thread. It would be nice if we could come up with a help patch or something that showcases how
Yeah,
to.
it's all right.
Yeah, it would
Yeah.
be good.
Yeah, can I just quickly jump in here as well? Also, Christina, I ran across your forum post as well when it came to the topic of importing 3D animations. And I didn't end up using the Alembic approach, but it was still like a nice pointer in a direction. So, and the +1 on the documentation lacking a bit, maybe this is something that could be improved.
Yeah. It was interesting. Usually I'm very shy in the forum, and this time I decided, okay, I know this animation thing is always coming up. I just want to know what other people do, and I started to document my approach like in the very beginning. So I'm thinking about trying those 3 ways, and I'm going this way now. And people came up, and it was very. I loved it to actually share it. And you see, I'm shy in the forum, so I normally don't do this. So I found it, it was a good way, I think, to share my approach and my way and see different ways. And I actually, at the end, I tried the different ways, which is performance-wise better. So my way was okay, and I think the other way was good as well, like with the joints. But for my 3D abilities, I could do it much nicer, more beautiful, like with the Alembic and baked animation way than with the joints.
Super. I think it goes words of encouragement for all of those users out there who are a little bit shy on the forums. That's what it's all about. No, you share, all of us learn. We're getting comments already from now, like very appreciated of this forum post. Apparently it's already made other people's lives easier. So thank you, Christina, and everyone involved. You also got love for the tidiness of your patch, Christina. So good job there. Good influence for our new patchers everywhere. And yeah, thanks for sharing. Very nice project, and always nice to have you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for having me.
There's someone on YouTube, I don't know who they are exactly, Light Blast, but they're very interested in getting in touch with Patrick and with Christina. But they, for some reason, say they're not able to join our Element chat. So they want your email for connecting, and I'll leave that to you. You can handle it on your own. The comments are on YouTube, Christina. You're getting some fans, right?
Cool, thanks. But I'm not logged in YouTube. How do I send those guys yet something if they're not an Element?
I also don't think it would be a good idea to post your email on YouTube like that. But hey, Light Blast, I don't know how to handle this, but yeah, Element chat or maybe the forums.
My website is having my email.
Or write to her website also. Ravel Off is Christina's username in our community. So maybe that's a way to find her. And yeah, thanks again, Christina. Cheers.
Thank you.
Right. YouTube's comments are a bit ambiguous, but it looks like we might have audio from Berlin again. So can we give that another test and see if we make the presentations over there?
Yay. Hi, everyone.
Hi, David. Very nice to meet you.
So Zoom hears me. I guess the audio, there was some, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what happened, but it's fixed. I think it should be fixed. So, yeah, thanks for joining in. I'm saying hello. There's also Jorek coming in this very moment, one of the developers. Yeah, we're a nice bunch of people here, and I'm thankful to have the community stepping into our institute here. And from sides of the Node Institute, I have maybe 2 vvvv relevant information to share. Maybe I quickly share screen. There is coming up in Berlin. I hope you can see this.
David, your volume is very low.
Is it better now?
Oh, much better
now.
Okay. So what we do, like, I mean, there's been happening quite some different events, like real world events here in Berlin in the past. My partner Stefan, a couple of people from the VV community already know him. He's deeply connected to the touch designer community. And here in Berlin, we're doing a series of events, basically. And what we did in the past was the Node sessions. Now 2 times, it's basically a format to show projects. And it formerly was a touch designer roundtable, and we're opening this up at the moment to also invite the vvvv community more and more. Last time there was Amir already presenting. But there's also, from different creative computation software communities involved. And one thing that's coming up on July 29th is, because we're having this partnership with the people behind this B-Dome, Berlin Dome. It's a 19 meter dome, 180 degree, and they have a projection system with 6 projectors inside there, and we did also the past node sessions inside of this dome. And what we're inviting here, just for free, you can reserve here to join in, to be able to hook up with other peoples who want to do dome projection stuff, and also hook up maybe vvvv to the system. And this is a strong invitation for everybody maybe who wants to come to Berlin or who's Berlin based, to hook up with great people and to do a little hackathon regarding dome projections. That's one thing. And the other thing is, we just super new announced now the next upcoming vvvv beginner class, again with Christoph Kiermeier, aka Czech, who's also here somewhere in, I guess, Zoom. I'm very thankful and glad that Christoph is keeping this up and teaching new people to join our software and community. That's very nice. And it's starting in October 27th, and at the moment we're at a super low entry price for super early birds. So guys, this is the chance for the upcoming 4 weeks. Maybe spread the word. I will make sure this link is available after this talk, because it's just released. Basically, it's not linked anywhere. But I will send it in the chat and in the YouTube. And yeah, that's the 2 things I wanted to announce. Yeah, and then I think I can just go with Studio Brüll, my second company.
First, any questions for the Node Institute announcements?
Sure. Is there anything?
I was just wondering. I'm seeing you have like 41 reservations for the B Dome, and there's mention of, hey, bring your computer. Let's try NDI or things like this. Is that going to be realistic? Should some of us try to maybe take it down? There is the mention of just bring a dome master file instead for simplicity, but like I'm just curious from, I know this is new, but how chaotic it would be with any number of even 25% of that 10 people with laptops.
No, I mean, definitely it's going to be chaotic. That's for sure. It's the first time we're doing this, and we are curious who's actually coming and who would like to. I think we're focusing a bit more on system approaches to actually be able to do real-time content on the dome. I think that's probably a focus. More than, showcasing or trying content on the dome for the first round. So let's see what's happening. I think we have to be very open and see who is actually bringing in what kind of knowledge and who can do what. And this is only a start, obviously. So there might be follow-ups, but I understand that you need some kind of clearance if it's reasonable to come to Berlin. So I would say, maybe write me and Stefan an email to info@thenodeinstitute.org. We'll receive it, and then we can figure out, together, if it makes sense. Yeah, if your needs are really covered, to do the travel. If that answers your question a little bit.
It sounds super interesting. And I would go for live approach, trying out as well.
Yeah, please come. It would be amazing.
Yeah, it's just Berlin so far. No, it's not so far, but
Yeah.
when is it about?
It's 29th of July.
Holiday. Sorry.
David, we're getting a question from Naut. What is the input resolution from the dome?
I think it's 4096 by 4096.
Okay. And for the tech team, apparently the sound is a little bit distorted still. I don't know if anyone heard this, but we got that from the Machenbund.
Okay, I'll try to go even closer to the mic here.
Thank you, sir. Right, so that's it for the Node Institute now, Studio Brüll. What's going on over there?
I'm changing the tab. Huh? Okay, so we wanted to, next to me is Maxime. Hi, Maxime. Together with Maxime and the help of also Daniel Huber, aka Sia, who joined the team very late, and also Stefan Rosinski, who's also here in the room there. Say hello. We wanted to show shortly what we've done over the past year, basically. I think last time it was Chris from Wir machen bunt showing a project they did for the expo in Osaka for the German pavilion. And what we did some exhibits for the Kuwaiti pavilion together with an agency here in Berlin. And the expo was still happening until I think November or something in Osaka, in this huge wooden structure, like what they call the Grand Ring, like the big ring. And inside of this ring, there's all the countries presented with their own pavilion. And this was a rendering of how the Kuwaiti pavilion should look like from the concepts, and that's reality. And it was surprisingly long to the back, and you can see there's multiple rooms, and we with Studio Brüll have been invited to do, I think it was a total of 8 exhibits, but also to mention there's also this huge space which contained the main show, which was done by Mbox, who are also vvvv people here from Berlin. This is maybe worth another presentation. And so we have been asked, like for this room, it was all about the cultural heritage of Kuwait and how the culture evolved in the desert back in the years. And there's multiple of exhibits. There's one that covers the topic of flora and fauna and wildlife. There's one that covered the old ancient trade routes with a projection, and you could lit these little baskets and smell the goods that they traded. This one is basically in a transition to the next room that covers the history of the basically oil production, and through oil basically they became very rich, as we all know. And the one in the center is covering the very ancient archaeological treasures that you could dig into in this little, it was actually a big sandbox. There was the one space, and in the other space we had an interactive dance piece. We had an interactive, it's very hardly to see here, but an interactive fountain where you could like pump basically on a pump and lift virtual stones by the power of water. And also some VR goggles in this room. That's the team. That was fun. We visited Japan. As you can see, we got the cherry blossom even. That was very beautiful. And then maybe here's some footage of how it looked in the end. So Maxime will introduce you to the idea of the sandbox and what's behind it, because that's vvvv related, maybe the most interesting one to talk about. We've been using fidgets to do all the sensing and physical computing underneath the interfaces. But it was, in regard of patching, it was not very complex. We had to do a lot of things with color corrections and soft edging and these kind of things. And the most tricky one to tackle was this bigger sandbox, because the interactions for the sandbox was, there were some, yeah, I mean, Maxim will talk about it. It's, yeah, so I think from my point of view, that was a very nice project where we really like used Gamma from all sorts of perspectives. We had we exported most of the apps, and they're running standalone. Some of them not, as this piece here, where it's even necessary to recalibrate from time to time, and then it's more easy to have the patch open for the technical stuff on site. I think we've learned a lot, and I feel we is, yeah, from our perspective, really back on track with in regards of like, yeah, productions like this, and it feels very natural and good to work with it. So that's my general feedback after a year developing such a project. So maybe Maxime, you want to take over?
Before we switch over, I'm getting some comments also about the sound again. So I think we need to stay very close to the microphone. Maybe that helps.
I get two different like feedback. One says it's too close, and the other one says it's too far away.
Okay, so can our viewers make up their mind and tell us what they want? We have no idea. But yeah,
I have like two different feedbacks. So let's see.
That's sure.
So yeah, let's talk about like this big sandbox. So for me, actually, I think even for David, that was the first project we did with Fuse completely. And yeah, first of all, we had to obviously check in advance how to realistically make this project, because the table is actually 4 meters long by 2 meters wide. So it's quite a big table, and yeah, we had to make some first prototypes in Blender to be sure that it could be seen entirely with the Kinect, because we used like a Kinect Azure to do this project. And as you can see, it was actually quite okay. We were like nearly close to the edges, but it was actually okay to use just one Kinect. So it made that project quite simple in the end, because there were no need to calibrate like multiple cameras or to do soft edges between different beamers or stuff like that. So it was easy actually in the end to just use like one Kinect and one projector. And we use a technique from Kopfaben from a previous project he did, also another sandbox for Studio Brüll. And we used like this system to calibrate with Aruco markers. So thanks to your library, Randall, OpenCV also. And we have those, these Arucos on 2 different levels, as you can see here, maybe on the picture on the right. And with this setup, it was actually more precise to calibrate and to position the Kinect and the beamers into this 3D environment, and to do the retro projection afterwards. So it's actually good to know. I don't know, maybe it can be also useful for some people later in some other projects, but this could be also an approach to have like different levels of Aruco markers to then have a more precise calibration. And so this is a video we did like in our setup in Berlin. I don't know if it's gonna play. Because we had like a small prototype here in Berlin, so we couldn't have like the 4 meters long table. It was a bit complicated to put it in the studio. I don't know. Yeah, here it is. So we have like this box you see was actually the size of the prototype, and you can see how it is compared to the overall table. And I could basically set some Arukos here in Berlin and select the one I wanted to use to actually calibrate the camera and the Kinect that you can see, the camera and the projector that you can see here hanging above. And yeah, with this, we can have like a small prototype in Berlin to make some tests and check the different layers, because this installation has different interaction level. So there is the first one, obviously, with the sand that change colors depending on the depths. So if it's if you make a hill, then it's getting whiter, like if it's getting drier. And if you dig, then it's getting darker, like if the sand is getting wetter. On top of that, we have the treasure that we need to find. So there are like 3D printed treasures hidden into the sand, and you need to dig to find them. And we have this understanding of when a treasure has been discovered, and then there is those particles appearing, sparkling effect, to get like a feedback to it. And on top of that, we also have some animals that you can interact with. And this you will see, we have a video in the end. And probably I will try to start the patch on the other machine. I don't know if it's going to work, so let's see. So yeah, this is the small prototype we had like in Berlin. So as you can see, we have like a hill here on the side, then it's getting whiter. Camera detects that there is like yeah, the relief of the sand. Here's some image of sparkling animations we did to reveal when it treasures. Don't know if you can see clearly like a treasures in the image, but there is like this small plate. And yeah, this is some test we did. And so here it's on site, so in the pavilion with then the structure build, so with wood directly and all the Aruko. The beamer and the Kinect are just, I think, 3 meters above, so it's quite far away. And this is how it looks like in my simulation in vvvv. So in blue it's the Kinect position, in red it's the beamer projection position, and then we have like this point cloud directly positioned correctly to the virtual table that I have here also in my simulation. I will try to see if I can show you how it looks like in the patch later. So yeah, some other pictures, some issues that we had to solve with Daniel over the night directly, and yeah, some pictures where we need to obviously adjust the projection of the Kinect of the projector with actually the real position in life of the Aruko markers. So just retro projection process. And in the end, yes, so we could have like this color simulation, so you can see how noisy it is actually on the edge here. Obviously, the resolution of the Kinect is really small compared to the size of the table. So this was also somehow a challenge. But the advantage we have is that moving sand is actually all the time. I mean, the sand is always moving a little bit. So even if you make a hole, there's also like the edges of the hole going down a little bit all the time. So we could actually lerp that the data from the Kinect to actually smoothen all the values and lerp all the values in between to avoid like this noisy flickering all the time, and to have like a nice simulation. So it's actually nice with the sand. I don't know if it will work correctly with another setup. And another things we did, I don't know if we're gonna see it properly in that video, because obviously if you interact with the Kinect, at some point, no matter where you put your hand, you're gonna have like the point cloud that's gonna find your hand and then think it's a heel. So then obviously it will color this in white. And then if you remove, then you will see this white value all the time because you are moving your hand above. To catch that, we actually find like a smart system by keeping in memory, like in a buffer, in a computed buffer, all the latest valid value that were like in this interactive area we defined. Like there is a binding box with like a defined height. And with this, we were capable to say, okay, if a value, let's say if the hand is outside this box, I just keep the latest value that was actually inside the box, and then I can use that value again in real time to render the proper color. And so I was able to bypass the value that were outside this interaction. So if you were playing with your mouse, with your hand or with your head above, you were not actually triggering the sand color or the animals or the treasures. I don't know if I can play the video. That would be actually maybe easier to understand.
We have 1.5 minutes, just in case, Maxi.
Okay, I will try to be fast.
Thank you.
Okay, let's maybe keep this. Then yes, maybe then just switch to that complete video, because then it shows everything. If it starts, it would be nice. I don't know why. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, they want black. But no.
I don't know if it's like Figma, and I think it's more the internet here. Too many things at the same time, I would say.
Many people watching the stream.
Yeah, I would say it's more too many stuff at the Node Institute running on the network. That would be nice to show it as the last input. Maybe I can try to start it on the other computer. Let's see.
Sure.
Missed.
We want to see the video. So let's fix it.
Let's take this.
Super interesting setup. I had never seen this multi-level Aruko marker calibration.
That was actually an idea from Fabian from a Brüll Expo project, and it works perfectly. Actually, it's
super cool.
It's actually pretty smart. There. Okay, I have it here. Let me try to share it via Zoom here. Okay. Maybe it will work. Like this.
Yes.
Yes.
Amazing.
Good. So yeah. So you can see there's some animals moving around, interacting with your touch. It's not fake. It's actually really real time. Treasures have been changed. Now it's like 3D printing treasures, so it's actually nice. You have like a real haptic feedback. So there's snakes, there's like lizards, there is like beetles, scorpions, and they all have a different behavior. So yeah, that was it. What's also nice is that I've introduced like it's not a flocking behavior, but they have like this avoidance behavior. So they know and they are aware of all the other animals in the table. So they will not cross each other's, and they have this kind of visions to find a path that is avoiding all the other ones. So yeah, this is also made directly in vvvv. It's all on the CPU, but it works quite well because everything else is on the GPU, so it's actually quite okay and efficient. And yeah, I would say it's probably this. Yeah.
Cool. Oh, I think we're out of time. I don't know if there was anything else like very important you wanted to squeeze in.
Yeah, I mean, I can see if I can start the patch, but I mean, it's exactly, I mean, you're going to see what I've presented, except maybe the helper windows that you've seen a little bit on the side. But yeah, I think it's okay.
Okay. Well, super cool. Well, thank you, first of all, for presenting. I really love the project. I've seen the Sandbox live, and it's super nice. So yeah, very nice. Yeah. You also look very professional with your safety hazard hats on and everything over there. Very cool. We have Christina saying she loves this idea of the marker calibration at different heights. I also think it's quite clever. So Good one, Johannes. Very clever. Do we have any questions or comments for the Studio Brüll presentation? Either Berlin, Switzerland, YouTube, Zoom.
I would like to ask, can you hear me, guys?
Yes, perfectly.
Because I didn't really understand how this bounding box thing works, because it's kind of magic for me. That
It's like
it would be interesting, just technically wise, for my brain to maybe understand what's going on.
yeah, basically it's like if you have, let's say, okay, this is the phone, and it's the bounding box, so it has like a height, and the table obviously is like bigger, you know, it's like this. And what I could say is basically if my bounding box is here, I could say everything that is happening there does not have any does not interfere basically with the interaction. So if you are above the table and you try to do some magic like this to see if there is a shadow or if your hand is interacting, and it's not disturbing the point cloud of the Kinect. I mean, it is, but because I'm keeping in memory the last valid value, I'm all the time switching the invalid value with the last valid one per pixel. And so I'm able, by doing this, to say, aha, if there is a hand that is outside this box, I'm not taking it. And I'm keeping the values that were inside the box before. But as soon as the hand is inside the box, I'm then taking this proper value. And then if you remove your hand from the box, then I keep the last valid value inside.
So it's basically this box sitting on top of the sand, and then if you move the sand, the box is also going down and staying there.
Yeah, it's like a static virtual box that is like really an area where you can interact. And if you are outside of that area, I basically don't take your value from the point cloud. I just take the last valid value that has been stored in a buffer from the last frame.
Okay, makes sense.
Yes.
I think I get it now.
Sorry, is it like
it's a
creating
box.
a threshold for like the height or the distance from like the bottom of the bottom of the box?
Sorry, I did not listen the first second.
Is it also the question is related to this box, the height? Is it like creating is it like creating a threshold point for the interaction to take action from a certain value?
Yeah, yes, exactly. Exactly.
Thank you.
There is like this minimum value I need basically from the, I mean, or maximum depending on how you see it. But exactly, if you're like outside of that threshold, above or below, then depending on the case, I'm taking the value or I'm not taking the value. Yes, exactly. And in my case, it's a box because then it's fitting for the complete table. It's yeah.
I had a question. What happens with this sand? Do you need to clean it? Like, are people, you know, you go in with cream in your hands, maybe a kid drops a candy. Like, what happens to the sand? Is it getting nasty?
So far, no, I would say.
Okay, cool.
What we were fighting with in the end was more dust in the air.
Yes.
That was an issue then during runtime. We had this weird, behaviors, like the animals were triggered automatically all at the same time. So we were already assuming that there must be a change in the complete height map over the complete table somehow. And we were, you know, what is this? Maybe a drop off in the frame rate. I don't know. And then it turned out that it was dust from the sand that was kind of in the air, that was making the image noisy enough to trigger the things. And you won't believe it, but the fix is to reduce the frame rate of the camera of the depth image from 30 frames per second to 5.
Really?
And it still works. It's because, I mean, obviously it's not rendered in that frame rate, but it's enough for doing these checks. No, I mean it's just a trigger check, and the the color gradient on the surface that is, you know, enough if it's updating like 5 times per second.
Wow, I would have never thought that.
Yeah, that's was a kind of a weird answer to a weird problem. Huh?
Okay, very interesting.
I can maybe quickly show because Bastian was asking, but yes, everything is made like infused on the GPU, and this is basically the thing I'm doing with the buffer to keep in memory the last valid value. And with here, I can basically switch depending if it's in the range of my box, and yeah, switch the value or take the correct Z value from the Kinect above. And
a bit like a sample and hold type.
Exactly.
Dynamic.
It's actually it's quite simple, but yeah, it's quite nice when you actually try to interact and you're outside that you see that there is no interaction and there is no change on the sand. And where you are really close and touching the sand, then you have the real feedback of the color. So yeah, cool. It's actually smart.
Super cool.
Yeah.
We have Leonard from Billberg saying he will be at the pavilion in September, so we'll definitely check out this one, and he will report him back on how dirty the sand is, so we can all sleep easy. Cool. Right. Any last questions or comments for Studio Brüll with their amazing Sandbox presentation? All right. So we can move on. I see Jorg in the back. Jorg, do you want to do your bit before the break, or should we go break now after the break? Okay, so I think that's now when we decide to take a 10-minute break. It is currently 12:40 for me. For Berlin, that's 8:40. So we will be back at 8:50. Grab a drink, walk your pet, smoke a cigarette, do your thing, and I'll see you back in 10.
Brauchst du ein Feedback, ob man dich hört? Okay.
We hear you. We hear
Looks like they're preparing for a round of Counter-Strike.
you.
Hey, Iggy.
I think the stream is running.
Ah, really?
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay. It is now 10 minutes after our break, 8:50 p.m. Berlin time. I can see our Berlin crew is slowly getting ready. And yes, maybe let's get back into it. Can we make the calls back in Berlin, please, guys? Bring everyone in. Hello, Alex. Good to see you. Hello, Alma. Hello, Alma. Hello. Hello. Okay. By the way, if you're watching us on YouTube, there seem to be a few technical sound issues these evenings. So if you would rather get the crispy real-time audio and better resolution image, please feel free to join us on the Zoom call. I am posting the link on the YouTube chat right now for that. So you can just join us there. And yeah, you'll get a little bit less lag, better sound quality. You can ask your questions live. You maybe get a bit of a better image picture as well, image quality, sorry. So do feel free to join us there. Okay, we are back then. Are we doing Natan or are we doing Jorg first, my dear Berlin crew? Jorg, okay. And are we ready, more or less? I hear you now. There he is. Oh, welcome. What are we getting from the devs today, Mr. Jorek?
Yeah, let me just I need to wrap my head around where I am.
For the studio in Berlin, if we can bring Jorek's audio a little bit up, it seems it's a bit low. But I'm not sure how it's working. I think we're getting different audio setups in Zoom and on YouTube, so it might be that it's low for us and it's loud for them. Just saying.
Test,
Yeah.
test.
Wow. I like where this is going already.
How can I? Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Am I on?
You are on, and I'm starting your timer right now. 15 minutes.
I want to talk about a topic that's been a pain point in vvvv for a long time, and it is how can we control virtual avatars with our body tracking APIs that we have many of, the Z, the Azure, the Kinect, the NUI track, there's so many depth cameras that we support since a long time, but we never managed to give you a simple way to control rigged meshes. So I want to show that, but before I want to show that, I want to introduce you to another way of even doing body tracking. So far, we know we have these depth cameras, expensive devices, often hard to set up, needs a lot of drivers, and like some need gigabytes of models to be installed, even to run. And you always need this hardware device. And so I stumbled upon this other thing. It's called Dollars mocap. You can guess what it is. It's kind of a tool that is just a software that works with this webcam here on my laptop. And you can see already in the tool, I'm just starting this tool, and it already takes my webcam, and you see this avatar following me with fingers even. And I turned off the face tracking, but it also does face tracking. It gives you like 51 blend shapes of your face. And the cool thing about this tool is that it just streams OSC data. So in vvvv, it looks like this. You get a node that's called $mocap, and it returns the data that it receives via OSC. And now that we have this, how can we connect the data that we have here to our rigged mesh, which comes out here, right? And it's really just two nodes that we have to put there. One is called apply skeleton, that takes the live skeleton coming out of the $mocap. And then it also takes the skeleton that we want to control. And finally, we have to tell this apply skeleton node how these two skeletons are meant to be mapped. So essentially, you have to provide a spread of strings describing the joint names, how the joint names of the model match to the joint names of the API, in this case, the dollars thing. And that's a bit of a cumbersome thing, but I prepared this, obviously. Now there is, since I'm loading a model that's based on the Mixamo skeleton. Unfortunately, there's no standards for skeleton, but there's this Mixamo website that has a lot of skeletons, and they all work the same at least. So, and also this mesh we have here is based on this skeleton, so we know a mapping that we can connect here, and then we can just that's all we have to do now. This guy is following me with the fingers and can turn around. It also does full body tracking, which doesn't do now because I'm sitting just in front of it. But you would, it's even set to full body tracking. Here you can switch here, then it only does the upper half. It's less demanding then. But yeah, you see, it's really that easy. And to look at that mapping is nothing than a spread of strings, right? Also that takes you 5 minutes per model that you load to fill out this spread of strings, and then you have your avatars going. That's it. So this is this separate tool. It's called $Mono from a company called $Mocap. Super happy with them. I contacted them. They were super helpful, having us, giving us, like they implemented a special mode for vvvv that you turn on here, stream to vvvv, and that's it.
Oh, wow.
And they really were very helpful, helping us getting this right. Super, so shout out to them if they're watching. So we have this general idea now of a skeleton in vvvv that we can control, that we can make all these APIs of the different depth cameras now into our skeleton. That's a unified skeleton in vvvv that we can then use the apply skeleton node to map to any model that we load. Obviously, there are some caveats. Still, we stumble upon problems with every other mesh, that there's this chain, there's this different, but we have a general idea of how things work now. And I want just to show you one other implementation of this, is for the Z cam by Stereolabs. We also did this. And this is just a ready patch now. And if someone would stand there in front of the set, so this would now track multiple.
We have the Avengers now. What is this?
Can you, yeah. So here we still have some problems, and obviously it's not an ideal situation now, you know. Maybe give the feet that the feet are on. Yeah. So you see, it's not usually you want a very perfect situation to get very clean skeletons, but you see something is happening.
Absolutely.
And what is happening here? The special thing is compared to the earlier demo is that this is not only loading the skeleton, but it's also loading the textures, fully textured skeletons, and multiple of them. And the way you have to do this now is you have to, as people know who have done things like this before in vvvv, you now have to do this still via the Stride editor. You have to set up. But really that's, again, just a 5-minute action. You create a game, you drag in the models, you save the game. You don't do anything, you just save it. And then you load it here with the load project, which gives you all the names of the assets that are loaded. And then I can just use the asset model node. And this loads the fully rigged and textured models and can show them now here. So again, don't pay attention to the mess on screen. It's really, if you have a clean setup, then you will get, depending on the device you're using, an output. Yeah, the $mocap thing is actually already released. You can get it on Nougat, VL $mocap. The Z and the Azure we have in the works. We still need some tweaks for it to be released.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess that's it for now.
Super cool.
Any questions?
Well, bravo, first of all. Long time coming. Big update.
Bravo.
I have a question already. Like,
Yeah.
do we, in terms of file format support, is it just whatever Stride supports?
Yeah.
All of this supports? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
super cool. All right, amazing. Christina, you wanted to ask something about the setup on the 3D side?
Yeah, like I was wondering how the 3D model needs to be prepared to make this.
Like ideally, nothing special. You go to Blender, you build your mesh, you build your skeleton, you save, and you load. That's the theory. In praxis, we encountered different issues, but really the simplest that seems to work is you start from the Mixamo skeleton. You download a Mixamo file, you get the skeleton out of it, and then you build your own mesh around it. And that is the safest way to get something working.
Yeah, super cool. Very nice tool. Thanks.
I have another question. This guy's head, like this model is quite interesting looking. Is that a 7 instead of a head?
Yeah, kind of a hook. The thing is,
is that a hint to a 7.0 release?
Could be. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is our own mesh that we are allowed to ship. The Mixamos we are not allowed to ship. So.
See. So this is the new official V4 avatar.
Yes. Yeah.
Amazing.
Everyone can just use that. If you download $mocap, it's in the help patch. It should just work out of the box for everyone. There shouldn't be any issues.
What happened to the Astro Boy? Is he in retirement now?
Yeah.
Okay.
It broke. I don't know.
Oh yeah. I had that issue as well, where the hands, like, it got distorted.
Yeah, the Collada broke, and with it the Astro Boy. I tried actually to convert it to FBX, but it failed also with that. So.
R.I.P.
Kind of.
R.I.P. Astro Boy.
Yeah.
Big part of our past.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, it would be nice to have it rigged here, but yeah. Okay, so that's from me. Now switching to Elias with the next demo.
Wow.
Huh? What?
Yeah, wait. So
I have to
maybe here.
start screen.
Ah. Hello. Okay.
Hello, my friend. Good to see you, Elias.
Hello, Randall. Yeah.
Welcome to the meetup.
Hello.
What do you have for us today?
But here everything is off.
We hear you.
Was
We hear
there
you perfectly.
feedback? There's a feedback. Yeah, true. Is it you?
I think your speaker, you have to quit Zoom. Maybe.
So I'm in Zoom. No, wait a minute. Yes, we are in. Okay. Where's the share button?
Big green one at the bottom should be.
There's no big green. Yeah, okay. Entire screen, yes. Okay. So, while, we are working on the release, obviously, but we are also working on other things. So there's this other, it's completely unrelated to what Jorik just showed you. It's about 2D now. It's about building user interfaces. And there is a company called Rive. How did we get in contact with them?
Found them on the internet.
You found them on the internet. The fun thing was when we talked to them, they actually knew us. That was quite funny, so it was very surprising. So what they offer is a sort of like a standard 2D design tool where you can build any animation, or you can even go further. It's a little bit like, think of Lottie, but you can go further and build, because they have an editor where you have, state machines and timelines, and I think they follow just this standard, what you are used to as a 2D designer kind of approach. And they have an editor which
I think is free to use, but I don't know exactly the licensing agreements. I think there's some features where you then need to pay. But the interesting part is that you can build an entire UI there, and then they offer, basically it's a little bit like Flash was, they offer then a runtime, which is open source completely, for every platform there is. So they offer it, for example, for Unity, for Unreal, for Flutter, for Web, for, I don't know, but also included is they have their renderer, they have a very special 2D rendering engine, which is interesting to read about on their website. But they offer it also for DirectX 11. So this where for us it made the connect, so that we said, okay, this should be easy to integrate into V4. So if I look at it, for example, they have here this website. I can go to, for example, here their marketplace, where they show random examples. You can see that they are already running on the web as well. So let's just take this one, for example. It's just an animation with some coffee thing. You see I have some interaction here. And I can now open that one in, we have like an online editor, but I think they also have an offline version. So this is their editor. As you can see, to the left is kind of the structure of this artboard here. To the bottom, we see some state machine going on. I think there's also some timeline somewhere. You can imagine that there's more. And so basically, this is like an animation tool, 2D building UI tool. But the interesting part is, so I can now go here and export it for runtime. Did something happen or not? Did I just press it or not? I don't know.
Unix
Export.
type of feedback, huh? No, nothing means success, maybe.
It says you need to upgrade to export, I think.
No, it should be fine. Maybe because I'm not on my machine and I'm not logged in, maybe. Well, believe me, it would now offer me a download. Basically, people share on this marketplace, they share their files, like patches. I would have gotten a download now, where I get such a file, so a river file. And now in V4, I installed this package. It's not public yet, but will be soon. So if I go Rive here, and I will just open one example, where we now, I would have had the, wait, this is a broken version of V4. Which one am I running here? Oh God, sorry. Not my machine. Well, ignore that we have no, there would be the file path, and you see here, wait, let's do it the other way around. I wanted to download this one, but I couldn't, so let's go back. I can show you this one on the web. Where was it? Here, back. This one is called Control Center. I used it because of a different thing. So I have this. You see here, this is like the real thing. Sadly, this example has no interaction here. Like the mouse does not react. So I have this file now loaded in V4. I have, this is this basically new node which this package will bring. It has an input where I basically give it that file I just downloaded, you're right. And as an output, I get a Stride renderer where I can here now directly render into some Stride content, right? So if I, if I open the stupid other help badge, which just has the rings in the background, I hope it works. Let me just disconnect maybe here for a moment. It's this normal help badge, which we ship since a long time. And here over there I have this this Rive renderer here. I just use the usual stuff, and I can render basically my 2D somewhere in Stride wherever I want, right? So I could maybe make it a little bit smaller, or I can't. It has, of course, some options here, how I could align it, and so on. And but maybe what the interesting part is that So we have all these animations. This thing itself kind of has its own states, its own animations, its own timeline, whatnot. But it also has a way to communicate to the outside. So with V4 itself. And this is what they call done through a view model. So if we go back to we would go back here. If I would look at this example here, then I would see that the designer who built this user interface, he created here some sort of structure where he said, okay, I have a certain, right, I have a few, it's like a class here called control, and then this class has a few properties like sound value, sound background, brightness value, and so on. And this is the view model which the application which will host the Rive thing then later can communicate with the engine. And so in this case, I basically mimic that view model here as a normal VL record. So I have again the sound value, the brightness value, and the sound background. And that one I have here connected basically here over that wire here into that Rive renderer. So it binds to that object model up there. And now I can start controlling it, right? So now that's why we see here in V4 an animation going. These are just basically these LFOs I have connected. So if I, if I connect this, I have now 2 examples open. Very good, Elias. Sorry. But you see the sound value to the right, it's going up now. I'm just controlling now this value, right? And this is described via that view model. So the view model is the layer in between, which is defined in the UI. And the hosting application, which is vvvv, or could be also the web or some other thing, they talk to that whole user interface via that view model. So that's the kind of idea. So that through that view model, the system could also give me data, of course. Like I could click something here and it would give me something back. That's about it. Any questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
You first. There's a microphone somewhere.
Me first. Yeah, hey, great. I was exactly looking for this. I'm now struggling with Figma. And this is how, when I go through the whole touch thing, then I go to Skia and no ImGUI is involved, or can I pack it like widgets in an ImGUI, or is this in a whole own universe?
Yeah, it's a whole own universe. Think of it like it's really like a renderer here. The output is how
You
to
can
say.
compare it to the Zeph renderer, the Chrome renderer.
Okay.
It's just a renderer.
So my inputs.
Yeah, but it's compared to a Chrome render, it's of course very slim. Like the file.
My inputs
depending
would
on how
be
big your
touch,
device.
hit, X, Y, where it's pressed and where not. These are my inputs for the whole system.
Now this really depends on you, basically it starts here. Like for sure you would have an idea what you're actually building and what parameters you would basically make available either as a reading or writing parameter. It depends on your use case.
Simple touchscreen interface for a fair.
Yeah,
mouse, you can do mouse and clicks.
Exactly.
You can also put it. That's kind of given, and then the data binding thing is on top. You can do anything also. Currently, still not multi-touch, but they said they work on that.
Yeah, also text input and
just
also.
because you said Figma, they also have a Figma bridge somehow. I haven't looked at that, but they have a demo video. How you can I don't know, import or copy Figma into Rive somehow, and then.
Yeah.
So basically, if I understand it correctly, it automatically has the stride input source information, so the interactions work out of the box, basically.
Yeah, it's really stupid. I can't download it. I have a mic. I would have shown you that there is interaction here. I could have just moved the mouse. You just need to believe me now. It would have reacted accordingly. It's just I don't have the example right now. I can't download it. I would need to log in. It's not my computer. Sorry.
I have one more question. Maybe then, how about like where would you build the logic? When is which element of a UI visible? Is that part of a vvvv application, ideally, from your perspective, or is this part of the logic that sits inside?
It's completely up to you. You have a complete state machine here, so you can really control, I think, a lot here, what you do. When you go online, you see full games and whatnot, what they build with it. So I think where you make the cut is really up to you. Like I said, you can communicate with the system in a typed, nice way. So
I think the cool thing about it is that you can kind of outsource certain things to another person, right? Yeah. And then you define an interface, the data the view model, and that's it. No?
And it's in both directions, so I can get the state of the state machine out in VV.
Yeah, you always get what you basically define here. Yeah.
And for me, in terms of what I can send to this thing, like, can I send complex data types into it and stuff? Is it?
Yeah, they are extending the list. Currently, it's so first of all, you have nesting, so you have classes and nested classes and so on. You have numbers, strings, colors, enums, and I think they just added images and what else was it? I forgot. But I think lists. So, I mean, this whole thing, they are still also in beta, as we see up here. So they are, like they also told us, they have a lot of ideas as well, which they bring in every other week. But yeah, it's a promising thing, I would say, and yeah, it was
super cool. It's like Lottie with interaction.
Exactly.
So even better.
Yeah, it's like basically it's Flash, just open source.
Yes,
yeah.
Back to Flash.
Yes.
What the internet needed.
I saw in the other patch, I saw that you were passing this class through a channel.
No, because it was a record, but I could just pass the class directly as well.
Okay.
But because it was a record in that specific case, I had to put it into,
So you treat their tool as an editor for your state, your model, so to say, that you are locally
Yeah,
here.
basically what this node here does, it's doing some
yeah.
dynamic binding, trying to find, what.
Yeah.
So look here, for example, in this example we built some, because we asked them that they offer this and they said they have also ideas about it, but for now we have a helper function here where I can say basically dump the content of this file, what's in there, dump this as a JSON so I can get some idea. If let's say I download something random from the web and I would not know how the view model would look like, here I get at least some idea JSON-wise how it is, right? I could copy this now and ask nowadays an AI, hey, create me a class out of this, and then you would just have it. So, yeah.
Super cool. Very nice, Elias. Yeah, thanks for sharing.
Of course.
Round of applause for the devs. Super cool. Any questions or comments? I mean, very exciting stuff. Ava tiering and a new interactive 2D tool that will let designers also probably interact with your team a lot easily. So yeah, super cool. Okay, up next we have none other than Mr. Dottore, better known as Natan Sinigaglia.
I would add one more.
Add one more. Okay, so we will wait for Dottore. Oh, you guys have one more.
Yeah.
What?
This, we promised one more thing. Warte mal, jetzt muss ich kurz sprechen, ja? Und dann gehen wir nach Hause. Ja? Kurze Pause noch. Du musst dich da hinsetzen.
You can present too.
Kannst dich da hinsetzen? No? Well, I will try with her then, apparently.
Hello, what are you showing us today?
So, am I sharing? No.
Not yet.
Where is it? Here. Share. Okay. So, I wanted to briefly talk about this thing that we've been talking about for more than a year now, which is codenamed global channels, but now we call it public channels. And it's still not ready, but we are at least so close that we think we can now talk about it. Aber wir haben gesagt, du musst jetzt leise sein, ja? Das ist Mikro. Ja. Hör mal zu jetzt, ja? So, was ich dir zeige. So, public channels. And then we added presets and bindings to it. So it's this kind of trinity between public channels, presets, and bindings that I briefly want to introduce. How would I start? Everyone knows channels by now, right? You're using them all in your project. The channel is just this thing sitting here, and the cool thing about it is that you can set a value down here in the patch, and it derives up there in the patch, and you can send another value from over here if this one isn't sending, and it also arrives up there. So you have this bidirectional data binding thing that channel gives you. Now, what is a public channel? Exactly the same, except that you can give it a name, this channel. And giving it a name means you can access the value from another public channel node that has the same name, right? So it's exactly the same, except you also can set a value over here now, and if this one is not sending every time, then this one takes over, right? Bidirectional data binding, but also you can have that across patches. That's it about public channels. Now, we thought once we have these public channels that have names, it would be nice to show them in a UI. And this is the public channel browser here that just has a list of all my, so I just have one now that's called my value. I have this UI where I can also change this value. And it, you see, it arrives in the patch. Now let's make a little example here. We have a circle. And let me just duplicate this. And I want to control some parameters of the circle. So first is the position is a vector. The second one would be, say, the radius. And the third one was the color fill. Now allows me to connect the color. So you see, as I place these nodes in the patch, the channels, the public channels arrive in the channel browser, and I will, so we have color, pause, and radius, and the one from earlier. To see the circle, I would now have to give it some color and some size, right? And I can use this browser now to play with these values. Nice. And then we thought, once we have that, wouldn't it be nice to be able to store presets? So you enable the presets here. You have to add a preset column, and then you take a snapshot. You change the values, give it another color. Size over here, and I just do another snapshot. I put it here, give it another color, do another snapshot, and I put it over here again, give it another color, and up. Take a snapshot. So I took a couple of snapshots. Where are they now, these presets that I stored? They're here in the presets panel. You see, apparently, I prepared some earlier. I already named them blue, green, and red. Let me delete those that I have created earlier. And I only leave the ones, now I deleted all of them. And I don't believe we have an undo there, do we? there goes the demo. That went so well so far. So you get the idea. I just create two presets now. No, I'll store this one. Move it over here. This one, and store it. I open the thing. Let's see. I can just see this was that one. So it's these two, and I will remove this one again and allow remove. Yeah. So here I can give them names. So which one was that? That's the red one, and that's the red one, and that's the lila one. So I can trigger them. I can jump between them, but I can also lerp between them. Now, when lerping, obviously the question is, how do you lerp between them? Well, by default, that's a default curve. You can also change the curve. You can change the transition duration, at least. That's the minimal thing you can do here. Now it's quicker. Okay, so now we said we have these, and here I can also switch between them and trigger them. It's just another way of looking at things. And then we said, okay, we have these public channels that are nicely listed here. We can put them in presets. What about if we would be able to control them easily from external devices? So that's what we call bindings. We can enable the bindings here. And the one example I wanted to show, and it didn't work earlier, but let's just give you the idea. So I say I want to control these parameters via OSC. So I create this OSC node, and as soon as I just create this node, you see this column here appeared. And this column, I can give it a nickname. So I want to do something with touch OSC. So I just name this thing touch OSC. You see now this is my touch OSC column. And now all I want to do is say this position value. Wait, I obviously have to configure things first. So the port should be 8000 and 9000. That's the TouchOSC defaults. And the target is this IP of this device, of the mobile phone. 68.179.66. So now ports are open. These things should be connected. All I have to do is say I want to control the position. I want to click here, say learn, and it doesn't work. I don't know why they are not. I just joined this new network. I don't know what's going on here, but you get the idea. If this thing would, my machine would receive this OSC, the learn would accept the learn, and then you see there is now a checkbox, meaning we have a bidirectional binding going on by default, and then I should be able to control this circle now via TouchOSC. So it's really just a network problem now that they don't talk to each other, but that's the idea. OSC is one example. MIDI is another example. Redis is another example that we have, and OSC query we have, and our very own RCP obviously also works here. Yeah, so just making it most simple to control, to bind any public channel that you have in your app to any external device. That's the idea. And there is many more details to it, but I guess we can leave it here. What's the status of this? Still not merged in the previews, because every day we discover new issues, like conceptual issues, not little bugs, like foundational conceptual issues that prevent us from merging this back. But yeah, we think now we can. It was okay to talk about it like this because this will not change anymore. We believe now. We'll see. We will keep you posted. But no, it feels easy enough by now. We still want to add a few things, but yeah, that's it. Questions?
Super. I mean, super cool. You have claps. You have round of applause for the devs. Yes, bravo. We had a Lembic. We had this 2D tool. I forget, something with an R. And now we have the public channel feature being showcased. So yeah, very much looking forward to that 7 release with all these new features. Amazing.
Okay.
Any comments, questions? Nope. Then
there are complex data types, records.
That's a thing we yes. Not in this version I just presented, but yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
How the binding relates to presets?
Not.
No.
Not at all.
Okay. They are just 2 editors, so to say, of the same channel.
Completely separate things.
What is the use case you are designing this against? Maybe you have some, not like project-wise, or there must be something in your back head why the community needs that.
I mean, these are 3 different things, and they just make sense together so much now, no? But they come from different angles, I would say. Like the binding thing is this oldest idea that we had in beta. Remember this expose an IO box to be controlled from like this idea. Simplest way to expose a parameter and control it from outside. So that's what's now bindings. Really thought through, different backends, all working the same. You can combine multiple. You can have one parameter and send them out to 5 different or 10 different destinations, right? So that's the bindings, kind of independent. Presets, I don't think we have to explain. Like that just makes sense, no? But the public channels, maybe. Do you want to say something, like where they come from, or?
Well, there was Kairos also that influenced the design of the public channels, and yeah, I guess there was this need to have something that comes from us, so that library developers can kind of rely on a mechanism that works together with other libraries, and that there is this idea, this kind of built-in protocol or mechanism that allows you to communicate between a patch and a timeline, for example. Or so that's kind of where this idea came from, to have, yeah, just to get something to talk to. I only have a name, and I just want to have something to talk to and get a value or set a value, and basically that's that was the starting point, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think
yeah.
one thing to add is like the biggest feature is what we are not showing yet, because we just want to keep working on that a bit. But that is when you have a way to expose a whole application at once. So you're not putting public channels nodes all over the place, but you say, kind of, I built my application, I somehow marked some paths as these are the ones to be exposed, but then I have a central point where I say, expose. And then in the public channel browser, you just have the full app with its 500 parameters. And then you can do the bindings from there. So that was kind of where it now came from, this quest. How can we make it easy to not expose single parameters, but really the whole app at once? And this is coming, but we want to delay that a bit further. And also what I didn't mention, these bindings, you can also make them programmatically. So the UI is not the only way. There is a node set, also the presets. Presets and bindings you can do fully in nodes or in the UI.
My dears, I'm gonna have to stop you where this is going a bit too deep, and we have a few more people still to show their stuff.
Absolutely.
So maybe we can move that discussion to the forums or the chat if people are interested. I'm sure some people will be. And once more, thank you so much for the presentation. Lovely features. Looking very much forward to it.
You're going to talk through this.
Okay. Is it Natan up next? Is that correct? Do we need more time in Berlin, maybe? I can squeeze someone else before.
Mute yourself in your Zoom. Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
That's it.
Here we go.
Do you hear me?
Yes. Lovely to hear you, Natan. Lovely to see you too. What do you have for us today?
So, yeah, let me share my screen. Yeah, I've been working on a new project, which was a live concert that I did in New York a couple of months ago. So, yeah, I decided to put together some of the research that I did in the last years. And obviously, I spent 90% of my time building the software and 10% of the time building the show. But it was worth in the sense that I'm really getting there where I want to be, in the sense that I know how to generalize now my methodology as an artist. And I know that when I build a show, when I build a project, not only like a live show, I usually build modules, tools, like for example, you know, in a project I might have a fluid simulation, a particle system, some other modules, like some hand tracking thing. So I really wanted to find the best way to build a system and then control it to make the live show. Couple of things. Well, first of all, I used Kairos, building this basically system here that in any patch I go, let me just show the fluid, for example. It's somehow I built something similar to these global channels, public channels, but I did different ones. They are a bit more complex because they also deal with certain Kairos features, but the principle is the same. For example, let me go into the particle system. Whenever. Let me just go to the simulation. The idea is, okay, I have some module, in this case a particle system with some forces. I have a Brownian force, so I want to put a parameter here so that I can store presets for that, and so my entire patch reacts to it. So, and that's why I built this system where I can just drop these system parameters in my patch, and they automatically populate this system view, which is structured in tabs, because they can be nested. So I can navigate my entire system and expose parameters via this interface. So for each of the modules, then I can access the parameters, and then I can for each one of them, I can define, I can set certain values. So this is the preset machine, which is simply storing some parameters. So if where is the renderer? Okay. Let me just reduce these. Oop. Might come, okay. Yes. So, as you see now, I played a different preset and it changed to something else, the visual here. So, this is, yeah, I really wanted to make a clear, simple preset system, but also integrating the complex features of Kairos, specifically different ways to interpolate between values, and also being able to store live inputs as preset. But also, so this is part of the work that I did, making this easy, accessible system where I can design basically my system parameters and store them. The other big thing was that I not only want to control like CPU values, but I want to do like GPU presets. And I built an entire library for that. It's called Shader Mix for now. It basically builds on top of Kairos. And what it does, it implements Fuse as a data type that can be used in Kairos. So what it means, like for example, here you see now that it's a particle system, and here I'm defining where I'm emitting the particles. So in this case, I'm using like a box, a random. So I'm emitting from there. If I go to the other preset, it's interpolating to this other GPU preset, which is instead is emitting from a sphere. So what's happening here is that I'm literally interpolating between shaders. And we can see that if I go here in the fuse patch, I can see that when I trigger, how can I show that? When I trigger the preset, as you see, the shader changes. Okay?
Wow.
So I'm literally building graphs of different shaders that then get interpolated, instantiating on the fly, interpolating shaders. So I can basically do a timeline describing how a shader evolves over time. And since Stride caches these shaders really get compiled only the first time. Okay? And then you are simply recalling them and even interpolating and just switching between shaders on the fly.
Wow.
And you don't even realize, but because you simply patch stuff in the same way, being a CPU value or a GPU value, for example, like if we go, and I really wanted to take advantage of Kairos in the sense of having like compositional ways to play. Like for example, if we go here, it's another stupid example. Okay. If I go, there's a simple fluid dynamic. If I go to my fluid, to my density, here, as a value, this is like something that is stored as a preset, but this preset, it's this object, which is a GPU stack compositor. It means that it really works like Photoshop. I can add layers, and these layers, these are GPU layers. Imagine that they are GPU graphs, patches, that get combined into a unique shader using the composition principle of having layers that stack on top of each other. I can move them like up and down, so they it's exactly like Photoshop. This, for example, is the. Let me just enable this layer, and this is the hand. Yeah, I think so. So what I'm doing here, I say, okay, I want to have a 0.5 density, but I want to apply a mask. If I don't enable the mask, well, if I remove the mask, you would see that the density is everywhere, okay? Mm. But I want to have a mask. Actually, let me go back with undo. Everything, there's undo and redo everywhere. So what I'm saying is that I want to use a mask. And the mask is this control hands module, hand left, scientist has field distance. So dynamically, I'm choosing one of the options available, which is a GPU patch, and I'm basically connecting it and patching it into my local shaders. And I'm saying, okay, not only that, but I also remap those values so that this density applies only with this mapping. So from 0 to 0.05 from distance, I inject, I basically multiply the density that I choose here. So it's a mask. So this is literally works like Photoshop. So I enable this other one, for example. This is just a constant, very small value, and the blending type is max. So as you see, it adds everywhere a bit of density. So I'm really composing things, but what I don't see here is that this is a shader. I'm composing a shader, complex shader, that gets stored as a preset, and when I switch to something else, that shader will be interpolated, okay, with another shader. So I wanted to make things easy. So, it works because the principle is, okay, in my system, I usually build features and modules which are quite defined and confined. So a fluid simulation is nothing more than a patch where I have my fuse fluid simulation, and I have all the input control parameters. As you see, they all are system parameters, so that I can control the fluid with everything that is available up there. And then this module can expose some features through this region, which is coming from Shader Mix, this library that I wrote. So you can build all sorts of modules that expose features. So this fluid, for example, has some features. One of them is velocity, which is of type vector 3. And what I'm doing here, I'm describing, okay, this fluid patch has some, I call them GPU blocks, which are blocks that you can build together, no? Dynamically. And one of the blocks that is available is velocity. So whoever chooses to take this part of the graph will basically get this patch here, which is simply sampling the velocity texture from the fluid using some input position. So it works like a delegate system, right? So these are functions, to say, exposed features that anyone can consume, just providing a position, for example. You will get out the result of this function, which is the velocity of the fluid. It's a way to expose features and through the control parameter, be able to consume these features somewhere else. Because that's the thing. The problem is not to build a system with some features. The problem is to, okay, when you design, you wanna try all the possible combinations between all the modules. I want to use the hand to control certain features, but also I want to use the fluid in a certain way on the particles. The problem is what kind of graph you build. if you rely only on patches, that's a very slow process. It's really hard to have a dynamic way to go through them. So I built this library to allow really to expose features and dynamically patch together all these snippets, all these blocks. There were some. It's been more complicated than that because if you think about it, every shader that you have needs different inputs and needs to manage itself its own inputs and provide its own resources because they are not shared between different shaders. No? So that's why I have these regions that they don't do nothing really. They describe something, and then each shader instantiates what it needs locally. So it's a bit more complex, but the point is that, yeah, I have particles, I have fluids, but each one of them simply exposes some features that can be used anywhere else by anybody else. So this, it's like an explosion of possibilities. We can suddenly, it's so easy to try things, to combine different things in very advanced modalities, because you can compose things together. So I'm quite happy with it, and it sits basically on top of Kairos. It just makes use of Kairos features. Like if I go to the library,
we're basically out of time, just so you know.
Yeah, it's okay.
Let's wrap it up. I mean, no, finish your thing.
No, I was just. So this is the shader mix library, which is the Kairos extension that allows me to, to use fuse into Kairos, and also having these GPU blocks and the possibility to expose blocks, because there is more advanced logic that needs to be dealt with using GPU. But under the hood, as you see here, for example, I can add another layer, and I can choose. I can choose between. I can use a GPU block, which is one of this block will allow me to access all the features exposed by the tools, by the modules on my system. So already filtered by type. Or I can also use so many other features or possibilities. I can use a GPU live value, and in this case, I'm gonna select one of the available global channels, and this will be a value that flow as an input in my shader and get composed on top of the other bits into these shaders, right? So and also this can also be another GPU stack compositor. So I can nest another composition inside one of these. So I can build infinite compositional graphs, which in the end are shaders that gets composed together. And this is, for this live show, I just needed like preset, but this could work in a timeline, for example. I could have a keyframe, which is a composition, a shader composition that interpolates to another shader composition. And this is my shader track. So that my particle Brownian force strength is a track in Kairos, and you have keyframes, and each keyframe is a very complex shader, and you interpolate between different shaders. And so just saying that I just enabled this feature of using Kairos with GPU and with Fuse specifically, which then will allow to use these types and these Fuse functionalities within every part of Kairos, because it's just an extension, really. Yeah, that's it. Any question?
Bravo, yeah, wow, that's just, I mean, I need another day just to understand it, no? incredible, Natan. You're always coming up with the wildest and craziest ideas. Super cool. Thanks for sharing. You have love from Sebastiano Barbieri in YouTube already.
Bella Seba.
I have some questions. Like, is this something you're planning on releasing? Is this only working with Kairos, or does it work independently? Those will be my questions to start.
So I have no plans at the moment to release Shader Mix. I'm still working on it, and it's a bit more like an internal thing.
Okay.
What I'm planning to give an update about is Kairos, because the last year I've been working a lot on it, and it changed drastically compared to the Nougat version. So actually this week that I'm in Berlin, I think I'm going to spend some time in giving an update about the project. And then the other thing was, the standalone. Yeah, it's a stand. You can use it without Kairos. This library, it's about first of all exposing the applying this modular thing to shader logics. So being able to expose features and retrieve them somewhere else in a dynamic fashion. Obviously, it works perfectly with Kairos because Kairos just adds that feature of dynamically build connections and graphs and composing this stuff together. So that's exactly the missing thing, no? But yeah, it doesn't require Kairos for that. They are like
they complement each other, but yeah, okay, I see. Super cool, amazing emoji use and a preview patch feature, no? This emoji thing looking very cool, huh?
Yeah, I love them.
Yeah, man. Well, any questions or comments from the crowd, YouTube, the chat, anyone for Natan for now? I think people will need a minute to digest what they just...
How you interpolate between the shaders? You just put both together and fade it, or fade the output, or what's the... How I interpolate a fluid system to a particle system?
With another shader.
Yeah.
So
you have some transition.
There's a shader that does the transition.
Okay.
So once you implement the interpolation, that's why I'm using Kairos features like interpolator. I implemented those features for shaders. So when in Kairos I call I call another preset, there's an interpolation getting created, no? And that interpolation will be a shader. So there is, imagine you have like a simple shader that takes an input, another shader that takes another input. So when you interpolate between these two, what happens really that you are creating a shader, not you, the system is creating a shader where there is a lerp that is interpolating between the two inputs, okay? And that shader is alive until you need it, okay? So this is the
But how it visually looks if I interpolate between something totally not depending, so a fluid simulation to a particle simulation, it looks different, and
no, wait. Yeah, but this system is not one shader. It's so many shaders.
Yeah, I know.
One of them, for example, if I go in the particle simulation, this big patch here, in the end, is just only one shader, which is the update of the particles, right? So what I get, is one shader code.
Yeah. So
what happens when I interpolate is basically maybe that there are different graphs here, okay? It's like they get combined somehow together. And they are, both the graphs are alive.
Yeah, so they're evaluated together.
They need to.
And then they will be blended somehow.
Yeah. They need to be. They need to be combined, these graphs, into a bigger graph. Where I mean, obviously,
while blending
if there are
both axes.
If there are two different graphs in one part of your graph, that's where the interpolation happens, right? So, and these interpolations are alive until you're interpolating. Then I implemented also a feature where it basically stores these interpolators into a buffer, so you store the interpolations as well. So you don't generate, next time you interpolate, you don't generate a shader for that interpolation, because that interpolation shader will be recognized as matching for those two entries and will be picked up for those. So it's just an optimization to not recompile the shaders.
Guys, I'm going to have to stop you. This is fascinating, but we have still some people to go through, and yeah, we have to keep it moving. It's already a bit late. So thank you, Natan. Incredible stuff. I hope you guys get to discuss it in detail. I'm going to miss out on that one. But yeah, thanks again. We're going to move on now to Philip, if he's still with us.
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
All right. Absolutely. Take us through it. What do you got for us today?
Yeah. So in stark contrast to Natan's seemingly infinite compositional framework, I'm presenting a very strict, a very simple and strict system and installation called Lucid Echo. But before I go into it, just quickly maybe to introduce myself, I'm very new to the community. I only joined last year maybe. And this is a project I did for my master's degree, which I studied digital design at Fachhochschule St. Pölten. It's close to Vienna. And I also work at FreeE8, which is a studio for interactive exhibitions and vvvv things. Founded by Chick, who's also here, and Felix, who is in Berlin. So what's up, guys? And now to the project. So I exhibited this at a festival which is hosted by my university's experimental media lab called the Lucid Dreams Festival. And so the topic is all about creating, it's about dreaming and about creating a dreamy immersive space. And so the topic of my installation is a dream. It's a dream interpretation system that uses AI to interpret user dreams. And so I think it's best if I'll just run the video, guide you through it. Can you maybe tell me if there's audio coming through?
I'm afraid I don't hear anything. Yeah, I don't. I'm loving this DOS vibes, but maybe you share the screen again and make sure to check the audio thing.
Yeah,
thanks.
I think I haven't done that. Oh yeah, okay. And all right, so you can see my screen again.
It's slowly coming up. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. I'll just run it and I'll pause it for a second. I'll just talk over it quickly. So there's an input station with this very vintage hardware. And here, this is a very simple UI. It's basically just a text box where the visitors of the festival are prompted to interact with the system. Like it's supposed to be very mysterious. And they're supposed to share a dream or maybe a memory or something they can remember. And it's framed like at the beginning, like right at the entrance of the venue. So, and it also has like a fake ticket sign above it, even though it was free attendance. So the people thought they would have to get a ticket there. Then they would enter something and it would get processed. And if it was a valid input, then they receive. With these tickets, they move on to the second station. I don't know how well you can hear me if I talk over the video.
Not very well. The sound is a bit loud. So yeah.
Okay. Then I'll just pause it maybe.
Sure.
Or you could turn down the YouTube sound.
Welcome to Lucid Echo. Dial 1 for English. Please enter your personal access code to interact with the system.
In your dream, you found yourself being chased by snails and frogs in a forest. The forest often symbolizes a journey or a place of complexity and mystery. This dream could be inviting you.
Yeah, okay, so I think it goes on like this with the dream interpretation. So I think the general idea came across. So it's an interactive installation that's split across two locations at the venue. There's an input station and then an output station. And users have this code, this ID, they have it on a printed ticket, and they have to input it at the output station to receive or to recall their own personalized dream interpretation. And the interpretation is played over audio, like via this old phone. And there's also a diffusion model that visualizes the dream. So I think the maybe more interesting part is to go, maybe let's skip this. This is like a bit the conceptual things behind the installation. So creating a meaningful experiences from memories by interpreting them through a machine. The inspiration, of course, because it's dreamlike and also like using AI and this, I wanted to have a surreal imagery or surreal feeling with this whole installation. So it was obviously a Matrix reference and in general, this old vintage UIs. This is a historical recap of the project, but I'll skip that. So the tools used, vvvv is used for a part of the output station. So the output station is actually a combination of vvvv and Touch Designer. It's maybe a bit blasphemous to show it here, but anyway.
Not at all.
And and then there's Superbase. So all the assets are hooked up to a cloud database. All the interpretation is done using OpenAI. So I'm basically sending requests to ChatGPT. And there's also an Arduino project involved and an Electron app that is the input application. So the data flow in general is we have text input via the input application. Then this gets validated. It's basically checked also by an AI. Is this actually a dream input or is it somebody just fooling around or maybe testing the system or putting in some swear words or something? And then, if it's a valid input, it gets interpreted as well. And then there's an audio and a visual interpretation at the end. So we can go into the prompts later, maybe if there's any questions or if anybody's interested. There's three prompts for the AI to extract basically for different purposes. So for the validation, the interpretation, and then there's one for extracting the visual stuff. Could also go into this in more detail, but I think I'll just speed over it, and if there's any questions, maybe we can come back to it. So this is how all the assets, once everything is processed, so all the assets are stored on the actual file system. And this all happens in the meantime where the user walks from one station to the other, because all the processing takes some time. So when the user arrives at the second station, ideally all of these assets are already there, especially the audio file. And then this is basically the user inputs his ID. It is checked, is there a folder already? And with this ID at the end, are the assets available? And if they are available, then there's a valid ID and the user can check out his dream interpretation. This is database structure. I can show the Superbase project maybe. I could also show a live demo. I'll just maybe do that at the end.
You still have 7 minutes, so
7 minutes. Okay,
yeah.
But okay, that's good. So the most fun part of the hardware was this phone. This is actually my the old phone of my girlfriend's like family telephone when they were growing up, and she basically allowed me to open it up and destroy it for my purposes, which is very lovely. There was this diagram in it that helped me a lot to figure out how I can actually receive the number that's dialed. and have it in a uploaded to vvvv. So yeah, I opened it up. This was the insights. Basically started taking everything apart, and I figured out that there's basically only 3 wires that you need to detect on an Arduino in order to know which number has been dialed. And then I hooked this up. At first I wanted to do it over MQTT, so I could have a wireless rotary phone, which I thought was pretty cool. I even tried putting a battery pack inside it, but then it didn't fit. And I also had connection problems, so I chose to do it over serial port instead, because that was way more reliable. And you didn't see the cables anyway, so it didn't really matter. Just some soldering. And another less fun part of the hardware was this printer, and getting this printer to actually print what I wanted it to print. So there was a lot of weird menu navigation with this onboard menu, until I was able to put it in USB mode or some other mode. I don't really know.
Wait, does that mean that this was printing out the menu?
Yeah, exactly. So there was if you held down this feed button while you were booting it up, then it booted into a special like admin menu or something, where you could then, depending on how often you press the button. So if you want to go, maybe can I zoom in here? No, but basically if I want to go into the sub menu, that's the 11th sub menu, you would have to press the button 11 times. And then you would go into that sub menu.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So for those who complain about our UX, it could be way worse. Amazing.
Yeah.
Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I don't know. No worries. It was a bit annoying, but when it worked, it was pretty nice. Some fun in between stuff. If you can read this, the printer is working. Yay. And then it was basically just setting up like finding a nice TV for outputting the video, and this was nice because the resolution of my AI generated visuals, which I didn't mention yet, but using the stream diffusion node from .simulate. So this is why I'm using Touch Designer, because I originally I started the project before I even knew about vvvv really. So that's why I was using Touch Designer, not the .NET stuff that Tibian is working on right now. We even had a little like nail board where people could then, if they're done, put their IDs. So we had a nice little counter at the installation. And it was really cool to see how many people were using it over the 2 days. It was really fun reading through the whole database and basically seeing what people dream about, and also how it gets interpreted. Like there was some really, really interesting stuff in there.
Can imagine.
Outlook. So this is the last project for my master thesis, for my master's degree, and it sort of ties into my master thesis right now. And this is also like sort of an open call now. I'm writing my master thesis about integrating generative AI into interactive installations and in general interactive art. And I'm still looking for people to interview and also for projects to analyze for my thesis. So if anybody is interested maybe in this, or also has a similar project and wants to talk about it, or also in just general wants to have a discussion or a conversation about this, we would be really happy to link up and talk about this stuff. And I'm also there's a lot of fun ideas what could be a next iteration of the project. For example, putting all of this system into an ATM maybe, and having it as a public facing installation, or maybe in a telephone booth. So I would be really glad to have some more future iterations that could be really nice. And I think that's it.
Wow. I mean, kudos, bravo. Amazing presentation. I must say, I love the whole aesthetic. I was very curious because you strike me as a very young, speaking like a boomer almost now, but you strike me as a very young guy, and the fact that you were interested, I wonder if you ever even used one of these, turning phone things in your life. So I was very keen on understanding where this fascination with this old tech came from, and the matrix of course is a very interesting reference. But yeah, I love the whole idea, the aesthetics, the fact that you went and had the schematics of the phone decoded to connect it to an Arduino. I mean, all over. I just love it.
Yeah,
They're asking, yes, from Naut, my friends at Naut are asking if you've ever seen Videodrome. It's one film by the guy who also made The Fly, if I'm not Cronenberg, if I'm not correct. It has a very similar aesthetic. So yeah, good shout, Videodrome, if you haven't seen it. It's good.
How's it called? Or maybe I can just check
Videodrome.
Drone, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of old, but yeah, I think you might enjoy the aesthetics there. Anyway, super cool. Thanks so much for sharing, Philip. Super nice to see relatively newer members of the community coming up with this very cool, very interesting, and also diverse projects, also using multiple tools, bringing them together. I'm always very happy to see that stuff. And we finished right on time with your 15. So kudos there too.
Perfect.
Questions, comments, signs of love and admiration for Philip from anyone? What do we got? Anything back in Berlin? You got some love from Lynn?
Signs of love and admiration. Super cool. I just mostly want to say, if you send me I'm Harshni, by the way. If you send me a message on Instagram, maybe about your thesis topic, I can help with references and pointing you in the right direction of what artists you could interview for your thesis topic. So feel free to reach out.
Very cool. Thank you. Thank you, Harshni.
We have a question. Well, we have a comment on Zoom from Tyler Smith saying old meets new. Awesome. Same feeling here. We have a question from Christoph asking which part did vvvv play in this, which I think you briefly went over, but if you want to go a little bit more in depth, maybe.
Yeah. I don't know if it makes sense. Yeah, I'll just share the screen. So vvvv is basically like the state machine of the output station. And the patch, it's not really like this is the whole patch. It's not super complex. So it's basically only managing the state of the phone, because the phone is returning two things. It's returning if it has been picked up or not, which is basically just a Boolean. And it also returns the number. So here is a serial phone. And
welcome to Lucid Echo.
Maybe I just show the global channel thing, because I was actually using that. Where is it again? Here. Yeah. So it's basically just a state machine with a bunch of Booleans that trigger different audio stuff. So if I pick up the phone, there is no, but there's a
welcome to Lucid Echo.
And
dial 1 for English.
Please enter your personal access code to interact with the system.
You can see it keeps
If
track
you do
of
not
the
have an
numbers that
access
I dialed
code,
right
visit
here.
the Lucid Echo
There's
entry
a buffer,
station.
and then it checks, does it exist, and if the ID is valid or not. If it's not valid, then there's an error basically via the audio, and if it's valid, then it sends
invalid
the
code
ID to touch
Please.
designer, and yeah, so it's basically like the state machine for displaying the visuals and playing the audio. And touch designer is basically just constantly firing the AI generated visuals with the different prompts, and it only gets enabled. It's firing over NDI, and it only gets enabled if V4 allows it basically, and then outputs it on the screen. Otherwise, it's just this particle simulation as a screensaver more or less. Yeah, so that's the role of V4 in my project.
Getting more claps. What a great project. Congratulations. I think you stole a few hearts tonight. Very cool. Thanks again, man. All right. Up next, we have two more to go, so bear with us. Let's try to keep it flowing. Up next, we have 499 Reality. This is what I have written down on the agenda. I don't even know who they are.
Yeah, it's me.
There you go. I see. Well,
here I am.
Thanks for joining us again, Midrik. What do you got for us?
Nice to meet you. I will share my screen quickly. Okay, everyone is seeing, hearing me well, etc., etc. That's cool.
All good, yes.
Yeah. So first of all, I want to thank all the people that has made the vvvv, because it's like more than, it's like 15 years I'm using it, and well, I love you all. So that's really great. I'm a live performer from the early 90s, building things and creating things with interactivity, music, and a lot of things. And I'm a well, I'm like a technological artist for a long time. So an old dream of mine, I come from Modular, I'm from Eurorack, you know. So visual programming was like an open window to coding for me, coming from this world. So I decided to create like the perfect tool to do my shows, knowing that I do everything. I do live music, live projections, and generative design all in the same time. So I decided to create like the using the workflow of the music creation. So to be able to have like a modular solution, like modules on a rack to produce generative and audio reactive things. So in terms of I defined it like it's like Aurea is like I say 8 softwares that are interacting together, that are standalone, and that are free to use, that are built all with Gamma. Okay, so I started this project like 10 years ago with a beta, and it was not the time to do something really create. And I'm working on this new version from 2022. So it's like 3 years. I'm working on it like hardly and deeply, and this is the result. So in any case, what you can see here is that I defined like 4 stages in live performances using in projection, etc. So one, you have the interaction, which can analyze audio and MIDI or sensors to provide inputs to the generations that are 2 software, one for 2D and one for 3D generation. The storytelling that is made with Keros. Thank you, Natan. And the diffusion that is like it's projection mapping tools and live video mixing tools with PTZ controlling. Everything has been developed with Elementa, with the UI. So everything is made with Gamma, inside Gamma. Okay, so each software can be run in one only computer, connecting together and interacting together, or each software can be run in a separate computer, connecting, increasing the power of the capacity of each software, because like this you don't reduce the thing. And overall, each software is in 2 modes. Let's say in a creator mode and a player mode, which means that to gain a lot of frame rate, I had to do versions that are not with any UI. So like this, you can have a really perfect frame rate. So what does mean? It means that we have one software for the audio, MIDI, and internal sequencing to send OSC to the generators. One that is interaction that I won't show tonight because it's not finished. The storytelling is more or less how we will control and send clip changes to the generators. And then all the generators are sharing textures via Spoot or NDI or personal texture sharing system that I send the data. Well, in any case, we'll go deeper later if necessary. And then you have the diffusion place where there is all the system for creating like environment using different screens and well, you will show later, and a live video mixer to incorporate in your mappings or in your shows, cameras, PTZ, and control them and recall presets, etc. Which means that if I show you what's behind, well, it's more or less like this. We have what you can see is that we have 1, 2, 3, 5 modules that are opened. These are the creator versions. So you have one that is analyzing audio. So you will send like 8 bangs with ADSR that you manage to the generators that will react accordingly to what you decide. So each bang, you will decide if it's a stereo analyzing internal sequencer that you can see here, or MIDI input. So you can define that you received MIDI to control your generators, or multi-audio in. So I mean that you can have like one sound to control, well, you can enter in a multi-audio, like 8 tracks, 8 inputs audio, and have audio reactivity on separate. So to make like live events with like 8 buses, etc., etc. Which means that with this, each bang has, let's say, an audio, an ADSR, generates an ADSR, that, as you can see here, that is really linked to, that will be sent to the generators. Okay, so just to go quickly, because it's a huge project, we have 2 kinds of generators, so one 2D and one 3D. So the 2D one is really built like an audio mixing thing. I mean, I really define that, well, normally what we use is like an 8-track thing, an 8-track mixer, and we want to have buses to send this input to this output, and we have clips that we will launch, and more or less, this is more or less what I made. So definitely, I used the step-by-step compositing, which means that is really linked to how you will compose lights in a show. So a step-by-step thing. So we have 8 tracks, 8 generators, more or less, that will be mixed together with well, the transparency settings that you all know, and those generators will be added in a global or in buses accordingly to the bus setup that you define here. So, which lets, so like this, you have 9 outputs, now texture outputs that are sent or via NDI or via Spoot or internally to the diffusion processors. That's quite cool. And overall, what's interesting is that when you select and you go to the editor, well, I tried to give like a really synthesizer thing, you know, it's a synth. So my clip, I have my steps here, so I can define what will be the second step. So, well, I could enter deeply, but I will show the full process in any case. But in any case, you have like 128 clips per tracks, which means that you can do mixings that are, well, never the same for the full year. So That's quite interesting for decoration purposes, and well, it's quite easy, straightforward to mix things and to try the editor with all the different sources that you already knows, etc., etc. It's like the workflow is quite easy. And what's interesting to understand is that all this is MIDified. I mean, you can plug in a controller and control everything live with a controller. So, but you have to set up your controller for that. In that, you also have a 3D generator. I don't know how much time I have.
You have 5 minutes left.
Wow. Okay, so let's see the 3D generator, which is in the same way, more or less a 3D generator with you can add up to 8 cameras, define all the rendering and the projection position, the projection pose. So this is an example of what has been done at Superboost this year and Superboost 25 in the tent. I don't know if someone has been there. So in any case, this is more or less the 3D version of the synthesizer, where you can define all your environments with all the PBR texturing thing. So you define your cameras, you can define your scene, you have some importers, so you can import models, HDR for the background. You have a full PBR process importing. So like this, you can import in your projects everything. You have a PBR creator, which is quite interesting because there are 2 ways to save your product. So it's like using the 2D generator to produce a PBR texture. Okay, so it's more or less like this. So you will define which kind of source you have, and you will generate a PBR texture that you can preview here. This is the text that will be seen in real time with a frequency thing. So like this, you can, and if you give some time, you can record this in a generative way. So like this, you create your own texture, you record it in a generative way, and the texture is moving in your project.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. And this is what makes this kind of effect on the tubes that you can see there. And and then you have your objects that are there, that there are different kind of objects. So monocubes, the classic one, the 3D text emitter, and the FX objects. The FX objects is more or less my tries to use these fuse SDF as an audio reactive solution. And it's quite interesting. And well, to go through, you have a reactive motion FX chain that is always linked to the reactive sources that you are seeing there. In any case, all the movements that are there, they are defined by the trigger there. Those triggers can be audio reactive or MIDI reactive, and in any case, and all the MIDI. So you can, and for each you have like 100 for each object that you have in your scene. You have like 128 clips. So like in step-by-step modification, so you can add steps here. So you have 1 step. So you can, if I select, for example, the skull that is there, this guy, and well, I have more steps. No, well, in any case, well, you can compose a full interactive scene and recall everything later with the program changes.
Wow, man.
Yeah. And then you have the diffusion processor that is there. That is like a projection mapping solution. tailor-made for all the generators and everything. So like this, you already have like the TC inputs. These are the buses and the general from the TC. This is a 3D cameras that I received. So like this, I can choose which one will be in my. So it's like a classic mapper solution, but you can define everything and record everything on your file. So like this, when you open your system, all the mapping is already in place. You don't have nothing to move. And the last thing I have to show, because I'm out of time, is the video mixer, which is a classic video mixer to control your PTZ, and that will send your control, FX, and program to the diffusion processor. So like this, you can integrate everything in your mapping. That's it. And I think I made the round of this fucking huge project that took me like well, a while to achieve.
I can imagine, man. You've been covering everything.
Yeah, last to say that it's free. It's on the website on aurora.com. You will well, I want people to download it, test it, and enjoy it. That's it. I think I finished.
Incredible, man. Thanks so much. Amazing. I mean, this is a full-on, full-featured software, no? Like you have everything any VJ or performer out there that would ever need.
Well, it was like I needed the right instrument, you know, to do what I had in mind. So it took me time doing each time a patch for each thing, and I wanted like random things to be able to be there. So I wanted something more organic. So
okay.
and that was, and also to be able to use it live. So that's why it's modified.
Amazing, amazing stuff. Very impressive. Very interesting aesthetic. Also, what's the inspiration for the look of the UI?
Well, it's like more or less redoing the. I would love to do this in a hardware, you know, in a hardware version. In any case, this is my final scope. So
wow,
that's the scope. So now actually I'm looking for people to interact with me with it and play with it.
cool. So this is available. This is something we could download and try.
Yeah,
or?
exactly. You can download everything, the full suite on the website. That is, I'm gonna show you. Maybe I will do the up like this. Let me just share quickly. Well, you have the full website on aurea.com. Okay, and then if you go to downloads, you will find you will find the full suite here on how to install, because there is no installer for now. It's not the final version. It's still working, and well, each software is standalone and can communicate can be integrated in personal workflow. So it means that if you just want to use the reactive source and do your own job with it, you will just receive a OSC inside, and it's okay, it's cool. You get your data. That's it.
Wow, man. Very complete. Very impressive.
And then
cool.
can I have a question?
Yes,
of course.
So is this all those visual presets? Can you make your own presets?
It's
like you make BL patches and then you load them, and you have different kind of trigger and values you can trigger via the software.
Well, it's made to be evolved and to be able to add specific new things on it. I mean, it's really not finished in terms of content, in terms of effects, etc., etc. So if I just defined let's say, a standard in parameters to be able to switch between sources, parameters, etc., etc. So like this, I just have well, it's like a way to make it easier to load and to deploy somewhere.
Cool. Yeah, great work. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you.
Super. Anything else? All right. I think that's it for now. Very, very impressed.
There is a
That sounds
question. There is a
lot of work.
question.
Okay. Here we go.
Hey, amazing, crazy. I was wondering, could we see the? I have to ask. Could we see the Kairos part of your patch? How do you use Kairos in that? I would just be interested.
Actually, for the everything is modified, so it means that the reactor source is also the MIDI clock is from Kairos. Okay, so I'm using the MIDI clock from Kairos, and that's it. Deeply, that's it, and that's why, because, well, what I did not say that the storytelling thing is also is also a timeline and a random generators for the different clips. So like the clip like this, you can send your clips in a random mode or in a timeline defined thing. So well, this is where I use Kairos.
Yeah, cool. I also say I liked it a lot. I liked the style. I was at Superbooth. I was at the tent. I saw now on the photos. I was then really looking at the photos I made. It was your system, and it was very trippy. But there were a lot of artists playing on your system, and you were never there. So I just made the thing running, and it was very trippy, always on every show. But your system automatically running and made a good show. It was very cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have a video of you performing somewhere, or
yeah,
of any
there
performance?
are a lot of on my YouTube channel, on Mediaric YouTube channel, on the 499 in Reality 2, because well, we had the video of the last year. This year we fucked up the streaming, so we don't have so much videos. But in any case, well, we will do next year. Obviously, the Super Booth is more or less my test place for that. And I'm really open to people trying to perform on this solution there.
Oh, cool.
For next year.
All right.
So that's really cool.
Okay, amazing. Thanks so much again. And if you are out on the internet, I posted the website on our YouTube chat if you want to check out the tool yourself. And yeah, thanks again for sharing with us today, man. Amazing stuff.
Thank you.
All right. And then last but not least, we have Antokyo coming to us all the way from Russia, I expect, to show us the latest on Avalonia. How are you, Antokyo?
Nice. It's like 12 a.m. here. So
okay.
Head cocks.
Thanks,
wine. All right. It's not like the complete presentation for the release. It's more of a development diary. So I can share just a little bit of experience using this. So let's start a little bit from the history part. Well, Avalonia started quite a while ago. I'm not sure when directly, but the repository was up for at least few years when we decided to buff the thing, when I decided to buff the thing. So, well, it started from I've checked the guys' branches, and the one who did most of the job was Voy, but he tried to wrap Avalonia using the VL patching, and when I started to check the source code and when I started to look at the Avalonia in the structure of the Avalonia itself, I noticed the thing called the composition. Hold on, I'll just gonna snapshot you this really quickly so you can see what I'm talking about. GitHub. So basically, if we look at the source code, we have this thing called, for instance, control. Yes. Where is it? We can internet. Can show you probably on solution. There is no control CS. Hold on. Yeah, sorry guys. I've been a really hard road trip. Let's go from the thing. Right, so this is basically all the controls. No, this is not controls. It's probably under some another repository over here, likely the controls one. So basically, this is all the controls they ship with the thing.
Wow.
Let's check basic control. We can look for a content control. Oh, come on. Did they change something on GitHub or not right? Not clicking the correct link. Go to file, content control. Come on. What the fuck? All right, so basically we started to notice an interesting thing. The content control is actually a templated control, and all the properties it defines is basically this. Then we can go to templated control. And then we can see like already quite few other properties. So basically a templated control is a thing it draws the GUI element on the screen, which basically inherits a control. If we go to control, so we had like an element, a layer, a composition layer that only defined the draw thing. It's already on base, I think, somewhere. But well, what I wanted to yeah, already what I wanted to mean, this is actually very handy because they have this inheritance. They have basically a composition of objects, a composition of UI element. So basically, if you take like a basic atom as a control, you can see its inheritance from input element, and input element is already a different layer that only going to handle the interaction part. So basically, we can check what is input element over here. Please, GitHub. And we're going to see that it has all the interaction stuff like on pointer enter, pointer lost focus, wherever may happen to some kind of random rectangle. So when I started to look on Flex, when we implemented the Flex Touchy, because we needed some UI elements that would work in a flexible layout, we found out that it's really complicated to have different frameworks work together inside VL. Because of the absence of the composition. Like composition would mean we could create some kind of patch that would be an input element. And we would define all the interactions inside of that input element. And then on the next one, we can inherit input element and create like totally different, like, I don't know, text input that would already implement everything that input would implement. So that was my this is like my pain point. Like, for instance, the stuff the Natan did with Touchy is great, but it really lacks the fucking composition that you cannot inherit. You have this process forwarding, but when you have a lot of methods and everywhere in the graph should call like different methods in like random spaces. And you don't have inheritance, you have to forward everything, you have to write the snapshots. And if somebody else developed this, you are like, I don't understand what it means. Like, I have to use the solution of copy paste, check if it works, and then maybe somehow assemble it. All right. So back to the actual presentation. Let's. I'm not going to go deep into this. The development process currently is the states that we have implemented everything in the control section of Avalonia. There is stuff to implement still is like brushes, transitions, transforms, but basically all the base controls are already implemented in vvvv, and I don't think the API gonna change. So I wouldn't recommend to use this, but if you need a GUI solution, like replacement for IMGUI, IMGUI is not good for something you would like for instance, for me, that's basically some border elements with some shadows. Right. I don't know. You can change font sizes or wherever. Let's see.
5-minute timer, just in case.
Yeah. So I didn't want to do the full reposition, but representation. DPI is the case. Like, for instance, this is input that you can change with your mouse and key. Let's see. Anything more interesting? There is quite a lot of elements. So context menus. Now it's system objects. Let's see some maybe collections. Tree view. All right. Basically, it's implemented like this. So you have like tree view item. You have a tree view, which is the list. I think it's also drag and droppable. There is some properties that allow you to get, for instance, selected items from a tree view. You have to cast here. I'm pretty sure in the help patches I had this somewhere. All right. Not sure what's really relevant. All right, let's try maybe menu advanced. Probably I need to check it by date modified, and we can have more or less better representation. So basically, what here is happening, we have like menu, which is basically an VL record, which contains items, which then creates a menu item and adds to menu. There is all the HAML frameworks. They have pretty solid basic concepts. Like you have this element that defines a bunch of stuff when it is created. Then there is a thing called like data context or data template or something like this. Basically, what we have here is when we render the menu item, we provide our record as an item to the menu, and we render the item and we render the menu in some kind of another element that's basically responsible for displaying the actual item, like to display the actual list item in the list. I don't know, I can show you maybe some more sophisticated examples with that.
We have 30 seconds left.
All right, so I don't know, images, right, images, geometry. Basically, it's an SVG icons that are totally imbutable in anything. You place it in text block, in button, you already have it. Well, there is quite few controls already. So currently, I'm starting to implement the rest of the functional stuff. For instance, like right now you need to place red. Yes, one more, you have to place red, and it says it's immutable solid color brush, but it's not like VL color, so you cannot just color the elements with VL stuff. What's last but not least? Something was funny. Well, you can focus elements from patches. wrap panel, style selector. So basically every style inside Avalonia is kind of a setter, and this setter can be defined anywhere in a graph. Then you have object, then you can have CSS-like syntax for styling objects. All right, I think it's broke.
I think we have to wrap it up now, Tokyo.
Yeah, it's probably broke. But basically, yeah, you have this style setters, and you can select by string, like, I want to draw 5 rectangle in a list with some other style than the rest of it. And that's going to happen.
Okay.
Right, yeah, last thing.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm not gonna
last thing
export
now.
the one. Yeah, I'm not gonna export the one with assets, but okay, let's do this with. This is not the latest versions, I think. Let's press export. Yeah, we have this ignore compile errors. So any questions? And yeah, I'm gonna do the rest of the basic stuff. There is some issues like mouse wheel doesn't work. There is a focus manager. You can switch between GUI by pressing tab, basically. Like if you press tab, it's gonna move the focus on the next element.
Okay.
Wow. Whoa.
Yeah, while we export, do we have any questions or comments? Good, amazing stuff. I mean, UI libraries, who doesn't need more of them? And it looks great. There's a lot of controls already there, as you were showing us. Do we have any comments, questions, words of support? Looks like a quiet one.
Yeah, am I here?
Yeah,
I'm Tokyo.
hear you.
Nice work, really. I think you didn't mention that most of this code, right, compared to the previous approach, is generated now, right? So you are having you wrote a
not exactly generated. Basically, what I did a decomposition of all the base classes. Like we had the control. It's wrapped basically in a process node. I made a like atoms decomposition, so you have like every basic element. And now when I do the control, basically like, I don't know, button, it's look like this. So it has some code generated properties that are actually implemented. Well, I've played with the code generation, and there is an opportunity to basically wrap everything in Avalonia just in one generated code function. It's gonna scan all the inheritance and create all the process nodes for me. But the problem is that there is places when you have to handle things like they should be used in vvvv, and because of this I decided to kind of postpone this approach. So there is basically one code generation method from, like, I don't know, a lot of tested ones. Sorry for the zoom, I cannot zoom in, but yeah, there was a lot of like handlers. Basically, like you could do everything code generated, but then the composition approach was better, and I made some special code gen function that generates pins for me. And all the wrapping, yeah, it's both basically I don't know where there are some kind of tricky controls where you have a lot of everything. Most of the pins are named or have some annotation on it. Thanks to Copilot, when I had it working, yeah. Well, I made a prompt that was that I could feed the Avalonia source, and it would create a C# class that already implemented the code generated functions and also convert like doubles to floats. So you know, you had more like better feeling when you use it in VL. So any more questions? We have this kind of hidden Avalonia chat available by invites, but I don't know, it's pretty much public work, so there is no like intention to do so. When we yes, the main thing is it is an Avalonia layer and it's connected to a skier, so it's already you can do stride texture or wherever, and it's already going to work in there. You can, I don't know, draw, you can group it with something else. Like, so it's already connecting to. All right, I need an Avalonia layer. I can put it in my GUI thing. It should technically work.
We have a question around that topic from the Naut team. They are asking if you have a window renderer that is not, or that is separate from Skia, so we could run it on other operating systems. Is that a thing?
No, we explicitly rewrote the Avalonia. The Avalonia itself is famous for things that it renders in Skia, and Avalonia itself has a lot of implementations for different platforms. And the one we took was a Godot implementation for Avalonia. Basically, it's allowed us, well, me and Elias did I made some kind of prototype, then Elias added some voodoo in there, and it started to all work all together, like it renders as layer inside of Skia, and it's like a Skia like a Gamma Skia platform. We called it. I called it. So just to have it a little bit like structured. There is a lot of this is basically all the services you need to provide to Avalonia from external API. They have I don't know, they have rendering for VNC, for instance. They have rendering for like Linux console. So basically you can render Avalonia as a console layer in the Linux. And we did the same. We did the like render Avalonia in Gamma Skia.
Okay, but so the general answer is it's currently bound to Skia, and it could be possible to extend it to other stuff, but at the moment it's only dealing with Skia, yes?
It's bound to VL, and it's made that way that it is usable. It's aligned so it is not XAML or anything, or it's not XAML, it's kind of VL approach to draw with Avalonia.
Okay. Do we have a question from you, Elias? I see you holding the microphone with intent.
Yeah, I think I only wanted to add that Avalonia is a great UI library, cross-platform, running everywhere, and we also did look into it years ago, and I think that's also why there's what Tokyo just mentioned. There's this prototype of mine where I think stuff what he's just selected there is coming from there. It was a couple of years ago that we render in Skia, Avalonia itself. The problem for us though was always with Avalonia that it has a certain restriction. It assumes that there's only one UI thread in your application. So that's why it was always a no-go for us. And that's why we abandoned it. Basically, I need to maybe add here. And this idea that it renders in Skia is a nice one, I would say. If you look at it that one way, that you actually can combine it with and like existing things you've done in vvvv. So you can combine it with anything you've done there, like Tokyo just explained. But I would also add that the question is also valid, that, hey, why can I not just use the Avalonia cross-platform windowing? And I would say, yes, that should be possible. It's just we can't use it because our editor is running in a different thread, and this is, we are not allowed to use it, but you as the user are obviously allowed to use it. So I would say this should be a possibility. I think most of the nodes could be reused. It's just in the end, right at the very bottom, where you would say, I'm not using a Skia renderer, but I might use just a standard Avalonia window. So my answer would have been, yes, I think it's possible, but I think it's not in that project yet, but there should be a way.
Yes, this is more general questions, like if VL gonna be portable to other platforms like Linux or macOS, and then in the context you could have like Avalonia for Windows or Avalonia for macOS, Avalonia for well, at least Skia. It's not like even Avalonia is also gonna bring the overhead, because every platform has its own concept of an application. For instance, Windows has WinForms applications, WPF applications, the wherever else applications, but there is this threading stuff, basically UI thread and other thread. It's really a kind of not popular topic, and you cannot basically, when I started to look at these context threads, I was like, what the fuck is this? And on Linux it's different. Windowing, like hardware interaction, opening windows, I don't know, tray icons. Every platform has its own way of dealing with this. But we did this Skia Avalonia with Elias, and it already shows that it's available for. It's already we can already abstractize this more and more, and have it like I don't know, have it for every platform basically, without touching the core library, without touching any of the controls, just the host of the system gonna be different.
All right. I think we can leave it there for today. It's been a long run. Thank you so much again, in Tokyo, for the contribution. I think a lot of people are going to be happy to be able to tap into that. Also, Bjorn just announced that the Avalonia channel was made public. So if you're interested in this particular project and development, if you think you can help or you have some project that you need it for, maybe join the room and the discussion over there. Amazing. I think that's it. We've been at it for over 3 hours. I think it's a good time to call it a day. Let me just wrap it up really quickly. We had Electromeyer showing us his 2D physics engine. We had Simon announcing the soon-to-come Ars Electronica V4 meetup crossover. We had Christina showing us her beautiful project with video mapping and interaction. We had the Node Institute announcing Czech's new beginner courses, the best teacher of V4 you can find out there in the wild right now. So make sure you get those super early bird discounts. We had Studio Brüll showing us their super cool sand interactive table. We had the devs, of course, showing us 3 new features coming up. Very exciting stuff over there. We have Natan with his endless composable shader lerping future technology, which we will hopefully see results of soon. We had Philip showing us his super cool retro futuristic AI mixed dream interpreter. We had 499 Reality showing his super cool, super complete tool to do anything audiovisual you can dream of. And finally, we had an update by Tokyo with Avalonia. All very cool stuff. I will also remind you, well, we have the Ars Electronica meetup event coming up, so make sure you stay on top of that if you want to join us there. We have the Naut Bridge call coming up. An announcement will be showing up in the blog post pretty soon these days. We also have the Node Institute courses coming up. And I also want to extend our invitation to all of you to join us in our next meetup, which we haven't fully planned yet. I don't have a date for it just yet, but make sure if you want to show something, it's open call to anybody. So just reach out either on the V4 chat or reach out to Czech or reach out to me and we'll find you a slot there. And finally, I wanted to thank the Node Institute for providing us with their infrastructure and space. I wanted to thank Maxime and not Felix for taking over this particularly hardly technical, very problematic evening. So kudos, guys. Thanks for all the live support. I wanted to thank Czech and everyone behind the meetups for pulling all this off behind the scenes, organizing, contacting people and setting up the agenda. I wanted to thank the devs, of course, and of course, Takuma for providing our artwork for the meetup today. And finally, I want to thank you all for joining us and giving us so much patience and lovely energy tonight. Have a lovely evening, everyone.
And we also want to thank you for the moderation, like always.
Ah, well, amazing. Thanks, everybody. Lots of love all around and hope to see you around in a month or 2. We'll be posting up the dates soon. So, love to see you all. Have a lovely evening and see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Yes, bro. Good job as usual. Good job as usual. See you later. Peace.